Just so I can monitor all that.
It helps me see if they're having problems.
We are back from closed session. We will reconvene from closed session as Mr. City Attorney. Please do a readout from closed session.
Yes, thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Thank you, members of the City Council. Ladies and gentlemen, the City Council is now back in open session, having been in closed session for the special meeting of June 21st, 2021. I do wish to note for the record that Mayor Fallon participated via phone call and logged in at approximately 5:03 p.m. Similarly, Councilwoman Celeste Rodriguez joined at approximately 5:10 p.m. Both council members who participated by phone participated for substantive portions of the discussion. With respect to item A, conference with labor negotiator, general update was provided by City Manager Kimball, feedback given by the City Council, but no final action taken. And then finally, with respect to item B, brief report was provided by City Manager Kimball, and no final action taken. That concludes my report, Madam Vice Mayor. Thank you.
We will adjourn our meeting to the regular City Council meeting. Welcome, everyone. Good evening. The regular meeting of the San Fernando City Council and the successor agency to the San Fernando Redevelopment Agency is called to order at 6:15 p.m. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Here.
Councilmember Pacheco.
Here.
Councilmember Montanez. Here. Vice Mayor Mendoza.
Present.
Mayor Mallon. Mayor Mallon.
Present.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Please come on. Your heart and begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The next item on the agenda is approval of the agenda, but I would like to move the item number 14, along with item number 9.
So the motion is to approve the agenda subject to having items 9 and 14 heard concurrently or separately.
Consecutive. Or concurrently, right?
Well, yeah, I guess probably.
Yeah, I would second that motion because that's what I was going to recommend. So item 14 is the regarding the benefit of the downtown master plan. So that will be discussed with the budget.
Call for the vote.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes, and thank you.
Councilmember Pacheco.
Yes.
Councilmember Montanez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mendoza.
Yes.
Mayor Mallon.
Yes.
Motion passes. The next item on the agenda are presentations.
And Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, sorry, before we get to the presentation, I just wanted to make a couple quick announcements for the audience. First, the mayor, as you can see, is participating remotely tonight, so Vice Mayor Mendoza will be leading the in-person proceedings for tonight. Second, you can see up here, staff is not wearing masks, so we're all been verified as being vaccinated, council and staff. So when we're seated, we'll probably take our masks off to make the discussion easier. We will put our masks on if we get up and move around. from an audience standpoint, because we're unable to verify, we are requiring masks while you're in the audience. If you do come up for a public comment or anything, we do have, please come up to the podium. We do have social distance. That's why we kept the first few rows empty, just to provide some distance between staff and the audience as well. And then at the podium, there are actually wipes right to the right there. So if you want to, wipe down the area if you'd like before each comment. And then I believe there's a trash can on the left side. And there's also hand sanitizer up there. So please feel free to avail yourself of any of those sanitization. So I believe those are all the announcements, and we can head into presentations.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda are presentations. The first presentation is Education Commission Certificate of Achievement 2021 Scholarship Recipient for the Republic Services Cesar Chavez Scholarship Program. Education Commissioner, Vice Chair David Gouveia.
If I'm fully vaccinated, do I keep the mask on, or?
You can take it down later.
Okay. That's sometimes the glass is fine.
From the people, this is really interesting. Hi everybody, how are you guys doing? For those that don't know, my name is David Gouveia, and I am the Vice Chair of the Education Commission. Today, we have some really good news. We're giving some money away to a very deserving student. We just concluded our 5th annual San Fernando Education Commission Scholarship Program. We are so grateful for everyone who helped and contributed this year, including council members, current and former, who not only donated funds to make some of the scholarships happen, but also were attending. So specifically Mayor Valen, Vice Mayor Mendoza, and then former Mayor Joel Florida, who were there through the event the entire time. I want to thank Councilmember Pacheco for also donating and making a couple of scholarships happen. So thank you so much for allowing that. So today we have our big prize. So very excited to award this student in person. We've done this in a couple of years. So I'd like to call a couple of people up. First, representative from the Republic, Julie Reyes, and our recipient, Regina Velasquez. So if we can give both a round of applause. So Regina is a senior currently at Brown Charter High School. She will be attending College of the Canyons next semester. And so on behalf of the San Fernando Education Commission, I have a few words I'd like to send on the package. So here is one certificate. It's a certificate from LUSD. That's our college survival kit. That's a bunch of things there. Yeah, probably have congratulations on that. Go on. We're running with Julie Reyes from Republic. Thank you very much, David.
I've had the honor to do this the last few years. It's always super fun. So on behalf of the Republic family, we just want to congratulate Regina on the scholarship. Great job and continued success. And we have a big check for you there, and then a request right here. Let me grab that.
And actually, we're probably, after we can do a photo shoot, we're thinking maybe each council could stand up at their seat, and then, Julian, you can show a big check to everybody, and you can take a few pictures.
This official.
Congratulations.
Then Regina, you mind saying a couple words?
I didn't have time to say, sorry. But I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to be able to receive it and for those who made it possible.
You want to come up front here and bring your parents up or anyone else, and Julie will be taking a few pictures. And if you want us to take pictures with your phones, we'd be more than happy to do so.
We're ready for that.
No, if you guys want to take your mask down.
Oh,
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're all in the same household. So.
Yeah, perfect, ready? Ready? 1, 2, 3. It looks like you're getting the bunny ears. It still does. Sorry. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay.
And you want to get the chair.
Commissioner Angela? All right, ready? Everyone, 1, 2, 3. Action. Thank you.
Thank you.
Three, 2, 1. One more. One more time. One more time. One more. And 3, 2, 1. Action. Thank you. Yes, of course. Three, 2, 1.
Congratulations, Regina. It's always great to recognize our San Fernando students. Yeah, and the public services for their contribution as well, and for making all this possible.
Thank you so much.
And next item, the next presentation is a presentation of a certificate of appreciation to outgoing Commissioner Sandra Richards for her service on the Parks, Wellness, and Recreation Commission. Mr. Villegas, Director of Recreation and Community Services.
Good evening, Madam Vice Mayor and council members. It is with great pleasure that I introduce our chair of our Park, Wellness, and Recreation Commission. Sadly, she is leaving for another assignment, but I'd just like to say a few words about Sandy. She took over about maybe 2.5 years ago, almost 3, and she really led the commission. She had a real presence, provided guidance to staff, and built a camaraderie among the commissioners. She did a real fine job. We're going to miss her a lot. With that, I'd like to thank Sandy for all your help and guidance. We do have a proclamation or a certificate that Councilmember Pacheco will read.
Yes, thank you. You know, our parks are so important here in San Fernando. When we met, you know, I really recognized this energy and, you know, sincerity from you. And I was so lucky to, you know, be able to add you to the team. And our parks are so important. When I was little, we used to say, you know, keeps kids off the streets. In a lot of ways, that's still true today. And so I thank you for taking it very seriously and being a leader. And I'll go ahead and read this little award here. It's to Sandra Richards, the Parks, Wellness, and Recreation Commission. Thank you for your service and contributions to the city of San Fernando and its residents. Your dedication to the commission and the San Fernando community is very much appreciated.
So thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, Councilmember Pacheco, because I wouldn't have been able to do that without you. Wow, that's beautiful. Thank you. I'm gonna miss this community. I'm gonna miss the closeness and the way everybody works together. We have our differences, but more than anything, we all love the city and the people in it. And the one thing I just got the news tonight that we did get the grant to rehab the top lot in Pioneer Park, which was mine.
That was my,
Yeah, the top lot's kind of not great right now, but to know that it's going to be great is a gift to my heart. I think of all the beautiful little children who are going to be able to play there and have their birthday parties and all of that. And I just I really want to thank the commissioner, my fellow commissioners, as well as Julian and his staff. They're just amazing at what they've done through COVID. They kept the city going. And we as the commission have been more proud or pleased with all their work. So it's just been a joy. And that's all I can say. It's been a joy. It's going to be hard to leave, but I wish everybody all the best.
Commissioner Richards,
Please come up. We'd like to take a few pictures if you like.
Yeah. Smile. We did.
Yes.
Want to stand on it for?
So I take my.
Yeah. Whatever you're comfortable with.
ready? 3, 2, 1. No, you were good where you were. Perfect. Ready? 3, 2, 1. You get one with Sandy's phone. 3, 2, 1.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I miss you.
I miss you guys too. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is decorum and order. Mr. City Attorney, please read the decorum and order.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. This is the decorum and order admonition stated in the City Council agenda. The City Council, elected by the public, must be free to discuss the issues confronting the city in an orderly environment. Public members attending City Council meetings shall observe the same rules of order and decorum applicable to the City Council as set forth in the San Fernando procedural manual. Any person making impertinent, derogatory, or slanderous remarks or becomes boisterous while addressing the City Council or while attending City Council meeting may be removed from the room with the presiding officer so directs the Sergeant at Arms, and such a person may be barred from further audience before the City Council. I believe the Spanish language version will now be recited.
Yes, this is the Spanish version. Decoro y orden. El Consejo Municipal, elegido por el público, debe tener la libertad de discutir los problemas que enfrenta la ciudad en un entorno ordenado. Los miembros del público que asistan a las reuniones del Consejo Municipal deberán observar las mismas reglas de orden y decoro aplicables al Consejo Municipal según el Manual de Procedimientos de San Fernando. Cualquier persona que haga comentarios despectivos o difamatorios impertinentes o que se vuelva bulliciosa mientras se dirige al Consejo Municipal o mientras asiste a la reunión del Consejo Municipal puede ser excluida de la sala si el presidente del Consejo así se lo indicara al sargento de armas, y dicha persona puede ser excluida de futuras audiencias ante el Consejo Municipal. Gracias.
The next item on the agenda is public statements. Madam City Clerk, are there any public statements submitted for this evening?
Yes, there are, but I will read the public comments portion with the translator reading after. Public comments. This is the time for public comments, which is limited to 3 minutes. Callers, please note in order to speak live, you must close your YouTube stream of the City Council meeting due to an approximate 8-second delay, and it will interfere with the live meeting stream to YouTube. Again, please close the YouTube stream when calling in. Callers, when it is your turn to speak, you will be identified by announcing the last 4 digits of your telephone number. I did have a caller that was on the line, and she is no longer there. But I do have public comments, but translation, please.
Yes. Comentarios públicos. Este es el momento para los comentarios públicos, que está limitado a 3 minutos. Las personas que llaman deben tener en cuenta que para poder hablar en vivo deben cerrar su transmisión de YouTube de la reunión del Consejo Municipal debido a que existe una demora de aproximadamente 8 segundos, lo que interferirá con la transmisión de la reunión en vivo por YouTube. Nuevamente, cierre la transmisión de YouTube cuando llame. A las personas que llamen, cuando sea su turno para hablar, se las identificará anunciando los últimos 4 dígitos de su número de teléfono. Gracias.
Madam Vice Mayor and council members, we do have a submitted public comment speaker in the audience. And Renato Lira.
Good evening. My name is Renato Lira. I am the director of the San Fernando Valley LGBT Community Center. It's the first one here in the Valley. I know that today is really special for us. It is Pride Month celebration here in our community. I am really honored to see Cindy Montañez that you're doing a big move for our community to make sure that we are recognized as a LGBTQ celebration here in the city of San Fernando. It's time. It's ready. We've been waiting for this for so long. I'm a resident here in San Fernando. I grew up here. We never had a celebration of LGBTQ in the city of San Fernando. I know for the past we had our first council member, who was Joe Corrado, who was the first Latino to be open gay. Unfortunately, nothing happened during that time. Here in the city of San Fernando, we asked that it's time to celebrate Pride Month here in the city of San Fernando. We don't need to go to other cities to get the celebration or to feel comfortable going to restaurants or going to other events. We know that we have something here in our city, San Fernando. There's a 45% for LGBTQ here in the city of San Fernando, who are lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans, who also a local business in the city of San Fernando. But some of them, they're afraid to raise the flags in the city of San Fernando. They might get splashed back by the community. The only way how to do this is if the city of San Fernando can make this celebration as a celebration as Pride Month. You should know this is a city, a safe space for everyone, local business, who works in the city of San Fernando, who works in the police department. They can be who they are. They're not afraid they're going to be bullied or be discriminated by other people. It's time. Pasadena did their celebration Pride Month for the first time. Valencia did also too. Now at Costa y Ventura is next. We're on the bubble. When are we going to get celebration Pride Month here in the San Fernando Valley, in the city of San Fernando? We're here to work with you guys. We're here to put something together. I'm really honored to come. You have our LGBT center here in the city of San Fernando because this is where I grew up. We have most of our youth who are operating in this community. Please join us to just make a difference. Thank you.
Madam Vice Mayor and City Council members, I do have public statements that have been submitted to read out this evening. The first public statement I have is from Renee Aguilar. I am submitting this correspondence as part of public record to document my opinion as a longtime resident of the city of San Fernando. My family moved into the area in May 1988 I remember as a 7-year-old child how grand I thought the city was in terms of the historical houses and palm trees that line the main entrance road of Grand Boulevard. These palm trees were enticing, almost promising something more grand was awaiting if you followed. This childhood vision was a mirage. That road led to a dire mall of old shops and repeated products or empty storefronts. The only go-to place for anything fitting the modern times was JCPenney's. Most of any socialization needed to happen outside of the city. Countless times when looking for entertainment or a decent restaurant catering to a more youthful crowd, we needed to travel to neighboring cities. As years pass, only small changes have been made in terms of development. The addition of another McDonald's at the corner of the middle school, Starbucks, Chipotle, and Yogurtland. There's no viable place to entertain and shop in the city of San Fernando. Only until now has some excitement in terms of what the city really can be, what the city can have been explored. The city needs a big picture plan for its development, not just a lackadaisical plan to add housing and retail space like other communities. The city of San Fernando is like others. We have a rich history in the Northeast Valley, and we need to bring back the excitement of what is at the end of the tree-lined street, what is showcasing our downtown. 3-minute timer. The next public statement we have is from Michael Garcia. My name is Michael Garcia. I live at 232 Jesse Street, 104 San Fernando, California, 91340. This is a reference to the proposed development on parking lot 3. The city of San Fernando needs a master plan for developing the downtown. If we are going to develop our downtown, it should reflect what we want as residents. We want entertainment, restaurants, and more eclectic retail. We as residents are sick and tired of having to venture out of the city for those things. We want to spend our money here. Next public statement is from Carol Arredondo. As decisions are being made in San Fernando City Mall and adjacent areas, I would like to express a need for a more diverse plan. I have attended school and worked on this community for over 2 years as a principal of SFIAM. I see the need from the student and family lens. The San Fernando Mall has the potential to provide entertainment and convenient spaces for all ages, but especially our youth. My students and their families need places they can walk to and be able to socialize in their own neighborhoods. They also need a place where they can convene to bring about civic engagement and parent workshops. As a school site, I'm limited in what I can offer the students and families. Having such venues will build a sense of community among our youth, provide an avenue for our schools and the city to work as partners, as well as bring in much needed economic wealth. Also bringing in a variety of locally owned restaurants also helps to maintain the feeling of San Fernando. The community is so unique, and bringing in big corporations to build housing is not the answer. Our next statement is from Alex Aguilar. My name is Alex Aguilar. My family and I have continued to live in San Fernando for 34 years. This is in reference to the proposed development on parking lot 3. The city of San Fernando needs a detailed plan for revitalizing our downtown area. If we are going to develop our downtown, it should reflect what we want as residents. We want entertainment, restaurants, and more lively retail. We as residents value our city and see a way to bring life back in San Fernando with our own businesses, instead of traveling, spending in other cities, just to do the things I wish I could do blocks away at home in San Fernando. The city needs to listen to its own residents on what we want in the city we live in. I thank you for your time. Next public statement is submitted by Miriam Mesa. As a 25-year resident living on Pico Street, I stand in opposition of the housing development plan in parking lot 3. The residents need more retail options. What's the point of having more housing if we still have to go out of the city for our basic needs? The road on Pico has also been neglected for decades. I can't even use a street to get to the bank because the road is in such bad shape. Thank you. Next public statement we have is from Valerie Barragan. My name is Valerie Barragan. I was raised and lived in San Fernando since childhood. I am sending an email in reference to the proposed development on parking lot 3. The city of San Fernando needs a master plan for developing the downtown. If we are going to develop our downtown, it should reflect what we want as residents. We want entertainment, restaurants, and more eclectic retail. We as residents are sick and tired of having to venture out of the city for these things. We want to spend our money here. This is important as I am raising my 3 teenage children here and I want them to have a tie to where they grew up. I hope you consider this recommendation. The next public statement is from Liana Sebañana from the San Fernando Library, and she has an update to provide. Good evening, City Council. A few updates in regards to San Fernando Library. We had a very successful grab-and-go free lunch and breakfast service for the past week. We served 250 meals in 1 week. The program will continue up to August 6th, and we're hoping to get word out quickly so more residents can use our service. Our summer discovery program is doing well. Kids and teens continue reading and completing activities, which gives them an opportunity to participate in our weekly drawings to get incentives. In addition to lunch and reading program, we also offer multiple take-home activity kits to keep our youth busy for the summer. Lastly, we partnered with the Department of Public Health and will be offering COVID-19 vaccines for homeless populations on Wednesday, June 23rd, starting at 10 a.m. Again, that's on Wednesday, June 23rd, 10 a.m. Please visit our website, lacountylibrary.org, for more information. Thank you and have a wonderful evening. Madam Vice Mayor and council members, we have a number of submitted documents in support of San Fernando Downtown Master Plan, and documents are letters in support. They're all exactly the same. So what I'm going to do is read the letter, and then the individuals, the community members who signed those letters. Support for San Fernando Downtown Master Plan. Mayor and council members, I am writing in strong support of the City Council approving the development plan of a master plan for our downtown. Many residents, businesses, and visitors want to see a thriving downtown with pocket parks and open spaces where we can hang out, shop, eat at nice restaurants, watch a movie, or a live cultural performance. The COVID-19 pandemic highlighted how vital a strong local economy is for our community. So I join our fellow residents and businesses in asking the City Council to support a public process where we can be involved in helping shape the future of our downtown. I ask that you please vote to support the creation of a downtown master plan. All right, I will start listening, speaking the names. Alma Aguilar, MMBT Corporation, DBA, it's Boba Time. Yvonne Mejia Pena, Planning and Preservation Commissioner. Lisa Cano, Cesar Cano, Mario Rivera, David Bernal, Ana Mejia and Angel Carzales, Sergio Amalfitano, DISA Entertainment, Lisa Denson, Jose Catalan, Rebecca Rivera, Raquel Gorman, Catherine Hernandez, Michael Morgan, Andrea Grant, Judy Juarez, Sandy Skinner, Adriana Felix, Alejandro Palomero, Alec Baird, Jennifer Rinos, Arlene Salazar, Juana Lopez, Bianca Cervantes, Arlene Perez, Andrew Roll, I believe it's R-O-L-L-E, Desiree Asiqueta, James Stewart, Arlene Seco, the president, Kiwanis Club of San Fernando, Julian Ruelas, Severin Ashkenazi, president, Ashkenazi Development, Christina Bernal, Connie Perez, Richard Bernal, Jose Lourdes Rodriguez Sr., Magda Banuelos, Magda Banuelos, Andrew Banuelos, Michael Trevino, and it's not legible, sorry, Anne is the first name. Eric Trevino, Patricia Trevino, Lillian Denise Trevino, Paul Trevino, Charles Bernard, Bernal, BAMA, PhD, BCBA, Andy Alfonso, Brittany Rodriguez, Juan Rodriguez, Vic Chuchadnian, Brian Damlau, Catherine Martinez, Elizabeth Mendez, Carrie Garcia, Yesenia Seda, Will Endara, Adriana Gomez, and Christian Gomez, Ramon and Margarita Gomez, Miguel Montanez, Rosa Rubalcaba, Tom Ross, Gloria's Furniture, Albert Molina, San Fernando Valley Partnership, Bert Trevino, duplicate, that's from Christine Bernal, from the San Fernando Mall Association. Okay, that concludes the letters that had been submitted under the correspondence that were duplicated. And I have two more to read here. Submit comment from Logan Xavier. Good evening, members of the City Council. I am writing to you on behalf of the membership of the San Fernando Police Officers Association in regards to the upcoming budget for the next fiscal year. I am publicly requesting that you adopt all of the additions to police personnel and equipment that City Manager Kimball has approved. The last several years have been extremely challenging for our members as certain politicians at the county, state, and federal have made it much more challenging for law enforcement officers across the state. The additions will bring some much needed relief to our extremely dedicated police department. Chief Byro has asked for additional officers and equipment for many years, and the POA board has had several very positive meetings with City Manager Kimball over the course of the last year, discussing some of the difficulties we are currently facing. I want to thank you both for their time and efforts in helping us secure the things we need to continue to keep the city of San Fernando as safe as possible. I am now asking you to do the same and approve the additions to our police department that have been proposed to you. Thank you very much. The President of San Fernando Police Officers Association, Paul Ventimiglia. All right, this is a public comment submitted by Letitia Barba. I have been a resident since 2013, and I have a young 9-year-old boy who attends San Fernando Elementary and does summer camp and sports with our local parks and recs. We have several restaurants and bars that are easily available, but we need more. A mall, theaters, and other places where I could take my son. The COVID-19 pandemic highlighted how strong our local economy is for our community. I joined fellow residents and business owners to support public access and our future for our community. I currently rent and will be potentially homeowner in the next 5 years. And even though San Fernando is a great community, I would like to see more before I would consider San Fernando as a permanent resident. I ask that you please vote to support the creation of downtown master plan. This concludes public statements.
Thank you, City Clerk. The next item on
Can I have a clarification on one? I understand that the Kiwanis had submitted on the beautification program. You check that letter. Then I counted, when you were reading, a total of 66 names in support of the master plan. I'm not sure if that was correct. We can look at that issue later. I just wanted to make sure that that's on the record. That's potentially for a different item.
I'll double check with the correspondence.
The next item on the agenda is consent calendar. Does anyone wish to pull items for discussion? If there is none, is there a motion in a second?
I will motion to approve the consent calendar, and do want to mention that there was a public comment regarding Pico Street. And if you look at item number 6, Pico Street is on the list for SB1 funding to be improved from Calishur to San Fernando.
Is there a second?
Was that part of the motion or was there?
No, I was just responding to a public comment.
She was expanding on it.
Yeah, but the motion is just to approve the consent calendar.
I'll second the motion.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Rodriguez? Yes. Councilmember Pacheco?
Yes.
Councilmember Montanez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mendoza?
Yes.
Mayor Ballin?
Yes.
The next item on the agenda is the public hearings. The next item is the public hearing to consider adoption and resolution approving the 2020 urban management plan. The public hearing is now open. Mr. City Manager, may we have a staff report presentation at this time?
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and I will pass it over to Director of Public Works, Matt Baumgartner, to lead the presentation.
Thank you, City Manager Kimball. I just ask City Clerk, could you admit Mr. Robinson?
Yes.
Thank you. Yes, item number 8 is in regards to adopting the resolution approving the 2020 Urban Water Management Plan. This is a report that's prepared every 5 years by the city. And with us tonight, I have Mr. John Robinson from John Robinson Consulting, who has worked with the city for a number of years on a number of water projects, and he also assisted us with the last Urban Water Management Report updated 2015. So John has a presentation, roughly 8 slides, so that he can present on this item and is available to answer any questions from the council. So I will turn it over now to Mr. Robinson. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. I appreciate being here tonight. I do have a quick presentation, and then I can answer any public comments and any comments from the city council. So with that, hopefully I can do this correctly, and I will get the presentation going. Okay. So I wanted to let everybody know why we're doing this urban water management plan and water shortage contingency plan. I wanted to thank the city council members for trusting us and my subconsultant SA and Associates to prepare this document for the second year in a row. Actually, I think it's, or the second time in a row. Specifically, it was done in prepared for the Department of Water Resources 2020 Urban Water Management Plan Guidebook. All the data was collected was within the city of San Fernando. There was public participation. There was a 60-day notice that was issued. We did publish in the Los Angeles Daily News, and we did that twice, 2 weeks before the city council meeting, 1 week before the city council meeting. And our goal tonight is be able to answer any questions, make any modifications afterwards, and submit the plan by July 1st. It has a hard deadline. All plans, and there's about 300 plans being prepared for the state of California right now, and they're all due at the end of the month. What I wanted to do is to walk you through. There's 9 sections. I've got a slide on each one or a combined. Pretty straightforward document. It does change for every 5 years. They had one big section, which I will get to. But here's the positive thing. So obviously the city of San Fernando pumps from the groundwater basin, the Sylmar groundwater basin. 100% of your city supply comes from your local groundwater. And as you can see at the table below, the city has not brought in any imported water in the last 5 years since the last plan was completed. You have, it's called a safe yield right, i.e. you can pump roughly 3,570 acre feet per year from the groundwater basin in order to supply the city of San Fernando. Your imported supplier is the Metropolitan Water District. You're one of the 26 members. And one of the highlights is you still have some allocation over that you are not pumping from based on your 5-year running average. The Urban Water Management Plan Section 4 deals with water demands. Here's a highlight that I was talking to Matt earlier about today was the city had a target of 134 gallons per person, i.e. capita, per day, and your actual demand is 101. So you've already met the 2020 target, and that's even during the times of COVID last year, when we had a lot of folks staying at home due to the stay home order, which is pretty amazing. And I believe there's only about 5% of the cities and water districts within the state of California that are actually meeting their goal. So I believe that's something to be very proud of, and it's great to see. Section 5, climate change, it's in the news a lot. You've seen lots of pictures of Lake Oroville. That's where one of your supply comes from if you're on imported water. There's a 4th climate change assessment that we refer to in Section 5. A lot of the items that's in this section is from this climate change assessment, as well as information from the Metropolitan Water District and their urban water management plan. Obviously, these are the things that you see up on your screen: extreme temperatures, more extremes between the dry and the wet extremes, hotter hots, colder colds, and rain not occurring more in downpours, so harder to collect. And as you well know from the fires last year, wildfires throughout Southern California is always obviously one of the big climate change indicators. Section 6, reliability planning. This is where we're trying to shore up how the city is planning for the future. The analysis goes from 2021 through 2040, and it's being revised every 5 years. We look at normal, single, and multiple year dry years. This year, we're actually looking at 5 years running on a drought. Groundwater supplies, minimal to no impact over the last 4 or 5 years from 2012 to 2016, and really through present day. because you haven't had to pull any imported water supply from Metropolitan, but you do have that. Future water supplies, improvement modifications to your existing wells. You do have a well that is not in operation right now due to a contaminant that needs treatment. And so that's one of those potential opportunities to have it as a backup. And then there's always a possibility, if you needed to lease more groundwater supply in order to serve the residents and the businesses within the city itself. Demand management, section 7. You'll remember a CalWEP, and that's the water efficiency partnership. That's one of the key, that's really the marker in the state of California as far as conservation measures. You rely heavily on their best management practices that goes towards utility operations, public education and outreach, which I think you've really done because of the per capita drop that we've seen in meeting the goal. Commercial, industrial, institutional, and landscaping. Landscaping and the public kind of go hand in hand because 80% of the water use at a residence is outside landscaping. And then San Fernando does participate in a Metropolitan Water District's Water Smart program. And there's quite a few water conservation rebates in that program for washing machines, low head toilets, and so forth. Section 8, this is new. This is your water shortage contingency plan. It's a detailed plan on how the city will react to drought shortages that are going to occur in the future. You'll notice in your resolution tonight, it's a separate adoption. That did not occur last year. It's going to be one resolution adopting both the urban water management plan as well as this water shortage contingency plan. It examines water supply reliability, which we just previously talked about. It includes a 5-year projection from today to 2025, looking at your annual supply and demands, and then obviously shortages as well, which you have not been short via your demands. And then lastly, section 9, water recycling. The city doesn't have any wastewater treatment facilities within the city proper. All its wastewater, it flows to the city of Los Angeles for treatment. And as of right now, according to the plan and what we've seen, it's too cost impactful to the city to construct a recycled water system within the city itself. A point that was made earlier today was the city is doing stormwater improvement projects, which is assisting in your ability to still pump groundwater via your full allocation. With that, I'm going to stop the presentation, answer any questions you might have, and kind of go from there.
Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the presentation. Councilmember McDaniel.
Thank you, John, for the presentation and for spending time going through 215 pages. Is what we have to read.
It's a big document. You betcha.
Exactly, and it was fun to read. So I really appreciate you helping us understand what is, I think, a really important document. So thank you, John and Matt, our water department, for going through and developing the urban water management plan. I did want to highlight and congratulate the residents of San Fernando for achieving the conservation target, which was a 20% decrease by 2020 in our water use. And as we project out for the next 5 years, because this plan will cover what we do in the next 5 years, just really important to listen to any new efforts or ongoing efforts that the city will continue to push. Metropolitan Water District, as our, also, since we are Metropolitan Water District members, is to continue to push on water conservation. That's a big piece of us achieving the goals in the urban water management plan, and then also being able to maintain what I think is the ultimate goal, which is 100% local water, right? Even though we are Metropolitan Water District members, we don't want to purchase Metropolitan Water District water because it is significantly more expensive to purchase imported water And maybe, John, you could go through what that number looks like. What does it cost for us to purchase Metropolitan Water District as opposed to what the cost is of San Fernando, just taking water out of our groundwater?
Right. So we deal with such large amount of water. So we use the word acre foot, which is 325,000 gallons per acre foot. So roughly the cost of an acre foot from Metropolitan Water District is roughly $1,100. It costs the city about $500 to $600 to pump, treat, and distribute groundwater to your residents. So you're looking at basically a 40% savings using your existing groundwater allocation, treatment, and distribution system with that versus taking Metropolitan Water District water. So it's a huge thing, and a lot of cities would be envious to be 100% reliable on their groundwater.
So that's another really important point, right? 40% savings, us pumping our own groundwater. So that means the investment into groundwater cleanup that is in the plan is really important. So thank you to Public Works for looking at what we can do to address the nitrate issues in one of our wells that has been shut down. And as we move forward, I mean, a question that I've raised in the past too is because some of the contaminants are coming outside of the city of San Fernando, John, is there anything that speaks to partnership with the LA Department of Water and Power and us looking at maybe some type of joint opportunities for us to go after groundwater cleanup dollars? Since a lot of this contamination doesn't initiate in the city of San Fernando, since we are pumping from the Samar Basin instead of the San Fernando Basin.
Right, exactly. So to answer your question, this LA Department of Water and Power is working on groundwater cleanup projects in the San Fernando Basin. Now, generally what separates basins are earthquake faults, fissures underground that the water doesn't really pass by, but there are opportunities for that to happen. So there are state grants, State Water Resources Control Board, and the agency that this document is for, the Department of Water Resources. There's grants, and they look favorably on regional groundwater treatment options versus individual. They do favor those. So that partnership that could occur between LA Water and Power and the city of San Fernando for impacting and treating both groundwater basins is favorably looked upon when you're going after a grant. So there are opportunities out there. It's called the Groundwater Grant Program, GWGP for short. And there's some agencies that have been awarded. There's one locally called Eastern Municipal Water District, a member agency, and they were awarded $44 million grant on a $90 million project just for groundwater cleanup. Not that yours is that
that's
big.
one thing that thank you for that response, John. I mean, for us as a city, as we look forward, as we look to the future, these next 5 years, as us being able to establish a really strong relationship with the LA Department of Water and Power, who was one of they did review our urban water management plan, is what I saw in the public notes. But working closely with them on future, just analyzing and looking at that Silmar Basin, because there are other identified contaminants besides nitrates in that groundwater table that we just want to be ahead of the game, right? And being able to go and do it with LA, I think it would really benefit us, small little city of San Fernando. The other area that I did want to bring up again, city of San Fernando is really taking a lead on stormwater capture, right? We have, we're approving a contract later today on the San Fernando Park infiltration project. And we are looking at green streets, and we're going to continue to do stormwater capture projects. I noticed that in the draft with LA's urban water management plan, they do actually speak to stormwater capture. Why don't we speak to stormwater capture in the urban water management plan?
Generally, the LA Water and Power's urban water management plan speaks to groundwater capture because they're over pumping their groundwater basin, and it's a better story. It's an understanding to the Department of Water Resources to understand how they're capturing stormwater, stopping it and putting it into the ground in order for them to pump more groundwater, or at least up to their allocation. Unlike DWP, unlike City of San Fernando, you're ahead of the game. You've got a project that's fledgling, it's about to start, and DWR likes two things. They like to report on projects that are complete and operating a lot of the times, and you're not quite there yet. Plus, the positive thing is you're under pumping your full allocation, and so there wasn't a need to expand upon the stormwater projects within the document itself.
Okay, thank you for that explanation, because I think that's important to understand too, why we don't have a section when we are being leaders. So I just want that to be on the record that San Fernando is investing significant efforts into moving forward with Green Streets and other stormwater improvements beyond just San Fernando Park. So that if it's not in this document, Matt, I just think that moving forward, whenever we do discuss water, it's really important for us to discuss, the leadership, the investments that we currently are making, because we are making sure that we infiltrate, recharge the groundwater basin. Because again, let's remember, we are 100% dependent on groundwater. So the recharge into our groundwater basin and the ensuring that the contaminants do not get into our groundwater basin has got to be the top priority for us in the water system. So even though it doesn't speak to this in the urban water management plan, City of San Fernando is absolutely leading in that. And we just have to make sure that it's in the staff reports or in future reports that we continue to say that we are doing the work in stormwater. The last question, I obviously have many questions still, but I understand that right now the urban water management plan is designed to answer just questions or laid out in a way that the Department of Water Resources expects for it to be laid out. The last statement is just explaining to us on the climate threats or the climate change chapter, why don't we have a narrative that speaks directly to the climate change impacts in our water system? If you could just explain that, I think it's important for the public and for the council members to understand what we're going to be doing, I think, in the future to really understand risks of climate threats to our water system.
Yeah, climate change and climate change master planning is a fairly, I'll say, new planning tool that is being brought to water resource engineers. So there wasn't a specific document out there that was very specific to the City of San Fernando. And so what we ended up doing was utilizing a larger document recommended by the Department of Water Resources in order to make estimates of how the impacts to the city would occur. And due to that, there wasn't a lot of specifics that we could do.
Okay, yeah, so things that we'll look at in the future will be impacts on snowfall, right? Impacts on extreme heat. We'll look at extended droughts. I think the assumption here is that we enter into maybe a 5-year drought. But then what happens if we are in short-term droughts, right? Beyond 5 years, 10-year droughts is Australia, right in the millennium drought went through, which was, getting them to do more conservation and stormwater capture and different ways. So even though you don't see a specific narrative to San Fernando, it's important to know that we will be looking at that as well too, right? That's important to look at. So I wanted to initially change the document to make it more specific, but I understand that right now for DWR, the Department of Water Resources, that they're okay with this much more broader discussion.
Exactly. And they had recommended the document that we're referring to for the city in order for them to accept the plan as complete after they finish their review, which will take about a year.
Okay, and so other documents we'll be looking at, Matt, maybe you can go through us through that water master plan, risk threats kind of assessment, or John, maybe you tell us too, water needs assessment, other documents that we will be looking at that'll give us a much deeper understanding of our water system needs and investment.
Exactly. No, absolutely. So the biggest ones is what I would consider the water master plan. That's going to set up your infrastructure and your capital improvement projects going forward as a city for water treatment, pipelines, pump stations, and as you might know, my firm's currently working on the upper reservoir replacement project right now. So that water master plan is really vital because it talks to water quality and infrastructure, setting up the capital improvement projects. The enhanced watershed management plans, they're a blanket over via the County of Los Angeles. That's another document for stormwater. And then obviously we talked a little bit about climate change there. Personally, I think a combined climate change, maybe with the City of Los Angeles or LA Water and Power in the area, might be beneficial. You could get a lot more bang for your buck together because you're sharing the same basin. Those are three really key documents. And of course, I put them in that priority. The water improvement plan is definitely key because it talks to infrastructure as well as water quality for your constituents.
Okay, that's excellent. Thank you for giving us that background. I know I'm learning a lot, so I appreciate when people walk me through the details. So
no worries.
I hope I'm a little bit smarter today after this discussion. But the last thing is just again highlight how important residents are. 83% of the connections to our water system are residential connections. 83%. Yep. So we as residents can really do a lot to ensure that we don't go beyond our allocated amount of water that is adjudicated through this the Silmar Basin. So we as residents, should really just pay attention a lot to our water use and try to cut down. Right now, our daily per capita use is about 101 gallons. So I think we could get lower. I definitely think we as San Fernando can get a lower per capita use on a daily basis. And so I would just say that we take this as an initial start to more aggressive efforts to lower our water use, recharge our groundwater basin, and ensure long-term reliability for residents in our water system. So thank you, John and Matt, for working on this document. I look forward to working on documents to come.
Super. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I think this is comments. I wanted to ask staff a couple of questions regarding kind of the public side of all of this. Like was stated, a lot of the city's success in conservation is attributed to conservation efforts by our own community, and it had said that there was a public education community awareness that has been increased to the city's public information and education campaign. Could you expand on that campaign?
Yes, and I'm sorry I don't have the details on that because that preceded my being here with the city. So it's something that I know that staff had worked with residents and there have been community outreach through schools, educating students and different opportunities like that. I don't have the specifics on how we address that in the past, but I know that we did have outreach programs, in particular in schools.
Is there a plan, to continue that sort of effort?
Absolutely, yes. That would be vital especially if we're going to be working toward lowering our getting even better than the 101 gallons per day. So absolutely, that'll be vital as we move forward and as we look at the different water projects that we are doing in the city. We can highlight those as demonstration projects and have those as opportunities to educate the community as well.
So when do you imagine that would be developed?
I would say that would be developed probably within the next 6 months because we are also going to be working on, as we've alluded to, the water master plan as part of assessing our infrastructure. So there'll be a very large community outreach component to that, but we can also address sort of the plan. We're going to be back in schools, we've had COVID and everything like that. So getting back into different community events, we could be doing the pop-up events at the mall, things like that. But yes, within the next 6 months.
Okay, great. That sounds really good. And I think that's also an opportunity, right, to just, yeah, explain all of the investments we've made.
Absolutely.
And why it's so important that we remain here for the information to our water. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Pacheco.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Before I get started, I'm getting there in age. Hearing's getting a little harder. Could I just ask everyone to silence their phones? A little distracting to hear the presentation. Thank you. Mr. Robinson, water is definitely fundamental. It is life-sustaining to animals, to our ecosystem, to our plants, to humanity, right? We all depend on water. And it is something that my colleagues have rightly pointed out that San Fernando has taken very seriously for a long time. So first, I'd like to thank not only the leadership of our city and our staff, but also the residents for doing their part and always seeking to do more. We're a very determined folk here, and we're always looking to set higher goals, and I definitely appreciate that. And if I could just ask you a few questions for those of us that are listening that might not be familiar with all the ins and outs and details and calculations and so forth.
Absolutely.
What is our drought situation currently in Southern California and San Fernando generally?
So right now there hasn't been an official announcement as far as the drought level. If you remember back in 2015, kind of the end of the last urban water management plan, the governor was issuing different tiers of drought. And the city, via Section 5 of the urban water management plan, has a water shortage contingency plan that has different levels that you would go and announce to the public if you needed to do restrictions. So the state of California, it's worse in Northern California right now, but if whatever happens in Northern California impacts Southern California due to the amount of water we do get from Northern California, 60% of our water. So right now, we haven't had any declarations of drought from the governor as of yet, but I do suspect they will be rolling out fairly soon in this early part of the summer. And they
Could you expand a bit on Southern California's need for water from Northern California, perhaps the snowpack, Sacramento River, and so forth?
Yeah, the snowpack was non-existent this year. So the agency, the U.S. Geological and the Department of Water Resources are the ones that allocate and measure the snowpack, and it was non-existent this year. And 30% of our water comes from the Sierra snowpack. So since it was zero, 30% of our reservoirs were empty to start the beginning of spring, summer of this year. So that's a huge impact. In the plan, you'll notice there is a map that talks about all the reservoirs within the state of California, and they're all low. What you're going to start seeing over the next several months is every county of the state start declaring, it's kind of the color code. It will slowly go from no colors to darker and darker brown or yellows, indicating the drought levels within the state of California. The county of Los Angeles hasn't declared one yet, but I would suspect over the next 2 months it's going to start ramping up of those declaration and rolling out recommended tier 1 and tier 2, which is talking about decreasing water use within the home, but also greatly decreasing the water use outside the home in landscaping. That's generally the start of the conservation measures.
Would you recommend that San Fernando go ahead and begin to, outreach and plan as if we are already in drought instead of waiting those few extra months?
I would, just for the benefit of basically 2 reasons. One, for the benefit of your aquifer, and then the other 2 is, Matt, there's a project coming up with your upper reservoir is going to be taken out of service. So the city is going to be without one of your reservoirs, a 1 million gallon reservoir, starting probably September, October of this year. We're going to be able to fill up the other reservoir and probably make up most of it. But the reality of it is you're going to be out of a reservoir for almost 9 months. So anything the residents can do to help us get through that process would be beneficial.
So in preparation of the forthcoming drought and the upper reservoir project, it would be, best advised to begin to conserve water here in San Fernando.
I definitely would. And with generally what a lot of cities and water districts do when summer starts to hit, they start rolling out the recommendations on outside landscaping. Generally, instead of doing 2 or 3 days a week, it's 1 day a week. That's an extreme, but that actually has a great impact. And they also recommend you do it on a particular day or based on zip code, so it doesn't impact your distribution system within the city. You don't want all the city to be irrigating one night of the week, and so you kind of distribute it over the city, and that would help with the reservoir issue.
So the average resident, average homeowner might be thinking, what can I do, right? Perhaps you can expand a bit on the role of trees and bioswales and other recapture components that folks can begin to implement, as well as anything else that might be on mind as far as water conservation.
Absolutely. So there's obviously you participate as a city in the Water Smart program for Metropolitan Water District. They still have rebates of $2 per square foot for removing of your front lawn and planting drought tolerant California native species that would use up 1/10 of the water usage that a front lawn wouldn't necessarily would use. Well, that's one. The city, of course, with your stormwater projects, a lot of cities are moving forward with bioswales. That, of course, only are utilized when it's raining, and we haven't had a lot of rain. But that is, you're planning for the future with bioswales and stormwater capture projects. So you're thinking about the students and the children within the city of San Fernando. You're thinking about their futures when you're putting in stormwater projects, bioswales as a city. And then obviously at maybe some of your city parks, you can start talking about how you modify your landscaping and your irrigation within the parks themselves.
Could you perhaps speak on why, when it does rain, that watersheds and storm drains is not ideal?
Okay, so a lot of the planning back in the day, due to floods in certain cities, the U.S. Army Corps, County of Los Angeles, the public works folks had decided it's better to stop flooding to get the water off of city streets into storm drain systems and into local rivers to get it to the ocean. What we're finding now with how it's raining nowadays, that idea or concept is impacting the groundwater basins because there's so much asphalt concrete. The water doesn't have a chance to replenish your groundwater aquifer that you rely on. And so that's what's so important about these stormwater capture projects is you slow down the water, let it percolate into the groundwater basin so you have water available to pump in the years that when you do need them even more, such as this year. So yeah, stormwater projects are really a benefit to cities and organizations that rely heavily on stormwater for their constituents, such as the city of San Fernando.
Could you speak a little bit to how water is valued for residents and whether there might be a mismatch as to how California or other states actually put a price per whatever acre foot, and how that is actually may or may not be an accurate, reflection of?
Sure. Oh, absolutely. So, I mean, a great example is, so your gas. So everybody's saying, okay, gas prices are very expensive. It's like $4.50 a gallon, right? Well, water is within the city system. It's 14 cents for 748 gallons. So we pay $4.
Can you repeat that one more time, please? Sorry.
Sure. So for gas, you would pay about $4 to $4.50 per gallon for gasoline. But the city, based upon your water rates, you're paying about 14 cents for 748 gallons. So there's always been there's always been a disparity between the pricing of water, drinking water, versus gasoline, milk, or whatever the case may be, other commodities. So there's always been this huge gap between the two. And you're not alone as a city. This happens throughout the US. It's not just the city of San Fernando.
How can we bridge that gap in the public's mind between nobody wants to pay more for their bills? Understood completely, you know, wages haven't gone up, you know, we're recovering from a recession, et cetera. But is it really, you know, is it reasonable to believe that water prices aren't going to go up in the future? Especially with, you know, climate change and so forth, 0% snowpack, et cetera.
Right. I could see, of course, the Metropolitan Water District, the imported water pricing has gone up quite steadily. And I've been in the business about 25 years, and I've seen it steadily go up. When I first started in '93, it was in the about $770 per acre foot. And you heard me mention earlier today, 25 years later, it's around $1,100. So what we can do, I think what the city can do is, we talked about it earlier, you've got to, you rely heavily on your groundwater basin. And I believe you have to look at your infrastructure, piping, pumps, reservoirs, and treatment. And that's a better bang for the buck for the residents of San Fernando than buying imported water and leave it to somebody else. So the water master plan will hopefully be able to guide the city on how to spend your money, albeit you may have to increase rates. Some cities do, some cities don't, but that's a better allocation of money spent on your own infrastructure, so you can go another 50, 100 years and based upon using the water within the basin itself.
Thank you for that advice. You know, and I just want to take a moment to, you know, encourage our city council and our staff to really confront this problem, that we are probably going to have to raise water prices if we are serious about water conservation. We have a saying, what is popular is not always right, and what is right is not always popular. And this is something that's not going to be a popular political decision, but it's something that I've already reflected on many years, and I hope that San Fernando can be a leader in that regard. It's tough news for a lot of residents who can't afford it, and so I hope we can find interesting, creative ways to incentivize water conservation, water rebates, and so forth for those who can't afford it. But I just want to make that message loud and clear that water right now does not cost enough. It should cost more. We are absolutely in an emergency situation. Finally, and this can go to staff, Mr. Baumgartner or Mr. Kimball to chime in. A lot of folks are kind of upset about the quality of water in San Fernando. You know, it's not the best to drink out of tap. I mean, I drink out of the tap, not everyone will do that. You know, it could be hard, etc. What can San Fernando do to improve the quality of the water beyond just our conservation efforts, etc.? What can we do to actually make the water better?
I mean, we can look at other treatment possibilities on top of the nitrate treatment system, so we can examine what might be causing that hard water, which is typically you know, what's connected to those types of things like color or odor or something like that, any kind of complaints like
And for clarity, our nitrate project right now, that goes to improving our water quality.
Absolutely, yes, it does.
Okay, so we're already taking steps with our nitrate project to improve the quality of water today. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I really appreciate our council's comments and questions. It was really enlightening for me. I appreciate that. I do have a question regarding, you know, I don't know if we discussed this in here, but the water master plan, when are we doing that?
So this is something that I'm looking to address in this fiscal year. So, during the budget sessions, we talked about the need to do water master plan and assessment for our aging infrastructure, particularly our water mains. But we also, this also addresses a lot of these questions we've been, talking about today. So the plan is to do that over the next 6 months because we need to be able to start putting together our plan, our funding and everything for replacing our aging infrastructure. So we have to get started on it now. So that's actually part of the budget, process. What we outlined as part of the work program within the water division is hiring a consultant, coming out with an RFP and bringing somebody on board to take a look at developing a water master plan for the city. So that is in the works over the next 6 months.
And the funding for that comes out of water or sewer?
Yes, that would come out of the water fund.
That's all I have for right now. Mayor Ballin?
Yes, I have a question that'll kind of put this in perspective. When you said the city, we charge 14 cents per 748 gallons of water to each household or business, correct?
That's correct, Mayor.
Okay. So how much, if we bought Metropolitan Water exclusively, how much would we have to pay? It wouldn't be 14 cents.
There's actually no difference. If you take Metropolitan, you don't change your rates when you charge it to your customers.
No, if we change we would have to change the rates because we would have to cover the cost.
Exactly.
So, right. So what would the rate be if we had to buy water from Metropolitan?
It's about 40% more expensive than groundwater, but you sell the water pretty cheaply right now. So it'll be a 40% increase to your current rates in order to, and that's just matching in order to buy Metropolitan. That's, you would pass on those costs to your residents. That wouldn't leave any extra money for you to put money aside for water improvement projects.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think it's very important for our residents to know this, especially we've done a great job with water conservation, and I'm really proud of the turf and we did get rebates from Metropolitan that's on Brand Boulevard, and it's several years later and it still looks really attractive and nice. And I just I feel that our residents are going to do a wonderful job in water conservation. We really care about that. So that's the only question I have for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor.
Madam City Clerk, are there any public testimonies submitted?
There are no public testimonies submitted.
Public hearing is declared closed. Is there a motion and a second to declare the public hearing closed?
I'll motion to close the public hearing.
I'll second. Motion passes. It is now time for council discussion. Council member Rodriguez.
Can you clarify?
We go again for one more round after the public session is closed. We'll do another round of discussion.
I have no additional comments.
Council member Pacheco.
No further comments, thank you.
Council member Montanez.
I had mentioned it before that moving forward, the next round is just to have a stronger public outreach so that we have a public hearing that takes place maybe at least a month before the council has to approve, because if there are recommendations, it doesn't give us enough time to go back and amend the document. So if we can just moving forward, have much more extensive outreach and maybe put together at least a stakeholders group or community groups that water issues or environmental issues that can be part of it. That's my only discussion. I mean, overall, I think clearly we're abiding by what DWR is asking us to do. So with that, I mean, if once we close the comments, then I'd be supportive of moving forward.
The city attorney has a comment.
Just to clarify that, and if it's already obvious to everyone, I apologize. You have on the dais a memo and an errata sheet of resolution 8074. There were some corrections made between the time of publication. I just wanted to clarify that that is the iteration of the resolution that we are asking.
Council member, Mayor Ballin. Well, I just think it's, the plan is well done, and I'm glad it seems like we're doing well. The city's doing well thus far, and then we'll have further discussion on how we're going to proceed with our master plan. There being no further discussion, is there a motion and a second?
I'll make the motion.
And I second the motion.
20 urban water management plan.
It's in the form of the errata draft that has been placed, and I would also add that copies have been made available to members of the public.
Yes, the revised with the red line.
I'm sorry, but I don't know if the mayor wanted to say something.
I seconded his, Pacheco's motion.
Oh, she seconded the motion. Okay. Call for the vote.
Councilmember Rodriguez?
Yes.
Councilmember Pacheco?
Yes.
Councilmember Montanez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mendoza?
Yes.
Mayor Ballin?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Madam Mayor, there was, if I may, there were a few public comment notes that I would like to read out between the time period that we were accepting them.
Okay.
And also the item that Councilmember Montanez pointed out to us. So this correspondence is from the Kiwanis Club of San Fernando. Dear Mayor and Council members, on behalf of the San Fernando Kiwanis Club, we would like to express our support for the San Fernando Beautification Program. San Fernando Kiwanis Club has been an active club in San Fernando since 1922. Many of the community service projects Kiwanis has been involved which include cleanup and beautification in partnership with the City of San Fernando. We are ready to roll up our sleeves to work to get the beautification and betterment of our city. Sincerely, Arlene Seiko, President. The next comment I have is David Bernal. I'd like to submit this comment for public comments this evening. Good evening, council, staff, and residents. My name is David Bernal. I live at 702 4th Street. My comments are pertaining to agenda item 14. I find it hard to believe that anyone would have considered allowing the development of parking lot 3 without a master plan. This is the last opportunity site that can possibly contain all of the things your constituents want in the city. If anyone can tell me where else in the city we could not only fit a movie theater, green space, community space, and other forms of entertainment, not to mention synergy with other downtown businesses, I'd sure love to hear it. All of you campaigned for your seats, and I'm pretty sure if you asked people what they wanted in the city, there wasn't a lot of folks asking for mixed-use housing in the downtown. The Planning Commission unanimously voted in favor of a master plan. You wouldn't build a house without a plan. Why would we develop our city without it? Thank you. Cynthia Lopez. In looking at the agenda item on beautification, I am reminded that Councilmember Hector Pacheco brought up similar ideas on beautification for the city. Why didn't we start then? Will the council be working together to use the ideas that were already brought forward in regards to this? Two community members, Sandra Silva and Priscilla Estrada, in support for San Fernando Downtown Master Plan.
Thank you. The next item is the public hearing to consider adoption of the resolution approving fiscal year 2021-2022 city budget, or alternatively adopt a resolution approving a continuing budget pending final approval of the fiscal year 2021-2022 city budget. The public hearing is now open. Mr. City Manager, may we have staff report presentation at this time?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Vice Mayor. So I'm going to give a brief overview, and just to clarify, what's on the agenda tonight is just the adoption of the continuing resolution. It's not part of the agenda item tonight. So real quickly, I'm going to give a quick overview, and then each one of the department heads will do sort of a wrap up, or it's not a wrap up, but a summary of what's changed since the beginning of this budget process. And then the finance director will give an overview of some of the special funds and some of the changes to the proposed budget that are included in the agenda, and then we will open it up for questions. So if you go with me, just as a recap on what's going on in this budget studies, in this budget season, we've had about 4 budget study sessions at the end of May and beginning of June, two special study sessions that were dedicated solely to budget. And throughout those, we've taken quite a bit of input and very great feedback from City Council. And so I just wanted to go through relatively quickly some of those highlights of the items that Council has directed staff to include in the revised proposed budget. So some of the changes are that we added an assistant to the city manager position to the city manager's office, increased the hourly rate for paid intern programs to from $15 per hour to $20 per hour, and we will also that opportunity will also be made to existing staffers that may be interested. We are adding an economic development manager position to the city manager's office. We are adding, or we did add funding for 4th of July celebration in 2022. We added funding for tree fund and maintenance. We added funding for painting of the City Hall Council chambers. We added a stipend for the MWD representative. We removed the Popular Trailer to explore funding through the American Rescue Plan Act. We removed 2 police patrol vehicles, the funding for those, because they will be funded through the Equipment Replacement Fund. We removed the transfer from the Light and Landscape Assessment District. In the past, we've had to subsidize that from the general fund. Fortunately, this year, the revenues will be from the assessment district will be sufficient to cover the cost. We also had a number of revenue adjustments, mainly through expected American Rescue Plan funds. And in all of these are IT and COVID related. So upgrading the phone system to Rope to increase accessibility non-in-person accessibility in City Hall. Same thing, network infrastructure upgrades and online payments. A new camera for City Hall chambers and council laptops that allow for the community to have better access to community meetings, council meetings, and then additional COVID-19 facility cleaning for the first part of this year. We also moved funding for that to the American Rescue Plan. So after incorporating all those changes, and again, all of those that I just mentioned are actually have actually been added as changes to the budget, so they are currently funded through what is being proposed tonight. So after incorporating those changes, the budget surplus is reduced from $171,000 to just over $25,000, which still represents a budget surplus, which is great. We're able to add quite a few additional items. So now I want to just recap each department as we go through and recap their how enhancements will be used for the upcoming budget year. How to propose enhancements. I'll start with administration, and then I'll also go to community development, and then we'll continue with the city clerk, finance, public works, and recreation. So through the proposed budget, administration, which is inclusive of the city manager's office and the personnel division, are proposed to receive a number of enhancements. An assistant to the city manager, which will focus on grants, public information, and community outreach. In additional policy development and support, an economic development manager to focus on a number of really critical economic development items and business support items in the city, an administrative intern, and then reclassifying a part-time personal assistant to a full-time personal assistant. So the addition of these enhancements will provide the city manager's office with the resources necessary to move a number of critical policy efforts forward including but not limited to public engagement policies and procedures, customer relationship management software, legislative advocacy policy, personnel rules update and policy, and grant management programs. The proposed assistant to the city manager and economic development manager positions should provide a return on investment by increasing revenue through additional grant funding and increasing the tax base through business retention, development, and attraction efforts. The economic development manager will provide a management level staff position responsible for business outreach and support to retain current businesses, creating and managing programs to provide financial and technical support to current and prospective businesses, and assembling the city's current economic development related studies, plans, and data into a more cohesive economic development planning document. The enhancements in the personnel division will provide the resources necessary to increase capacity to recruit new employees, manage employee benefits, and conduct special personnel related studies. The additional resources will also allow the city to expand recruitment outreach efforts to attract a wider pool of applicants. In the community development department, we have continued funding for economic development consultation services, as well as $50,000 appropriated. And then professional planning and community development contract services, there's $30,000 for additional planning resources for architectural design review, planning and development review, and historic preservation services to supplement existing staff resources and provide additional expertise. We are currently recruiting to fill the vacant director of community development position. The additional contract services will provide the department with the resources to hire additional contract planners and design review to ensure that construction projects on private property continue to be reviewed, processed, and approved in a timely manner while ensuring compliance with the city's zoning and general plan. After a director is hired, the needs for the department will be evaluated and additional budget requests will be made at the appropriate time. If the city clerk will continue with her budget summary.
Thank you, City Manager. Mayor and Vice Mayor, Madam Mayor and Vice Mayor, council members, thank you. The City Clerk's Office through the proposed budget did not request any enhancements for fiscal year 2021-2022. Instead, the City Clerk's Department will utilize existing resources and technology in order to implement updated policies and procedures. The City Clerk work plan includes the proposed City Council recommendations. Work with the City Manager to evaluate transferring responsibility for the staffing of the Education Commission to another city department. Process backlog documents that provide a record of the city's legislative history. Continue electronic scanning to ensure optical character recognition and storage of vital permanent records. Review record retention and destruction policies and procedures for compliance. Explore and research an agency and meeting management software program in order to submit recommendations for presentation to the City Manager. Again, the department will focus on maximizing existing resources and technology to move forward, capturing critical legislative history, providing enhanced customer service. That's the end of your city.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. This year, the Finance Department, Treasurer Division, and the IT Department made several recommendations for enhancements. We asked for the purchase of a folding machine. This new equipment would help reduce time spent on menial tasks for staff and would refocus their work to other projects, deadlines, or being available to provide customer service or question follow-up and other vendor inquiry. Right now, without a folding machine, most of my staff is spent doing it manually. It's taking up a lot of time. Doing something menial is folding checks, folding pay stubs, and water bills. So I would like to have that in my department to kind of have it and have them use their time in different manner. We also sought a finance intern to kind of assist with more tasks, more reporting, better reporting, or even bringing new reporting to council in terms of where we are with our projects and bringing new reporting available. We're also asking for an RFP for investment management services. We've had a long history with our current brokers, and what that's been doing is kind of making our management a little stale. I'd like to bring that more current, bring fresh ideas. I know that we have a very conservative investment policy. I think a new broker with better reporting would be able to kind of bring us into a new decade or a new era of investment management. And in terms of our IT department, City Manager Kimball has already explained, a need for a VoIP system, and also a need for a new IT department or new upgrade in our IT department with help from either the American Rescue Plan or other incentives that come through this year. I will be making those recommendations tonight. That's all I got. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Thank you for this opportunity to discuss the enhancements for the police department. We do have a few, and through negotiations, hopefully the city council will approve it tonight, along with all the other enhancements throughout the city. First, I'll give out the list that we're requesting. Add 3 police officer positions for patrol and 1 school resource officer. The patrol officers, the 3 will be funded through general fund, and the school resource officer is already funded through a grant we received from the state a couple years back. Upgrade a part-time police record specialist to full-time. Reclassify the administrative assistant to executive assistant. Replace 2 patrol vehicles and related equipment through the equipment replacement fund. Purchase tasers and related equipment. Increase training budget. I did forget to add in this portion of the staff report, but it's on the in the budget on page 412. I'm sorry, 414 is add another part-time junior cadet, and then also the facility improvements, which would be replace any damaged flooring, paint, interior, replace and repair ceiling panels. The addition of these enhancements will provide the police department with resources to increase community-based policing efforts, transparency through increased resources to produce and file safety-related reports, and professional training for patrol officers to ensure that officers are adequately prepared to handle highly emotional and dangerous situations appropriately. Also, with the addition of the officers, we hopefully be able to, once we get to that staffing level, will be to increase traffic enforcement, and that's through public education and actual enforcement. Reestablish our bike detail, reestablish our foot patrol detail, hopefully reestablish some sort of level of our CAP programs, our community action preservation program, whether it be on the enforcement side or the public relations side of it, or reestablish our special problems unit, which would be working in conjunction with our CAP program to handle any sort of problem areas throughout the city, and reduction in crime, and of course, hopefully be able to reestablish our special response team to handle any critical situations that's just below a SWAT team for added safety. With the added police officer position, the police department will reestablish the grant-funded school resource officer program with local public and private schools, increase visibility to continue to deter crime citywide, and increase opportunity to engage in positive interaction with the community through neighborhood and business watch programs. Through our national night out. It's a huge success, and October 2nd is going to be our first one after a couple years. The additional officer position will also decrease the department's need for mandatory overtime and improve the quality of work environment for our current police officers. The police department has increased recruitment activities in anticipation of the additional positions, which hopefully will be approved tonight, which is expected to take approximately 6 to 12 months to complete the hiring process, which includes background investigation, polygraph, psychological and medical examination. And if the person or persons that we do hire have been a police academy trained, then there's a police academy training process. And then once they graduate from the police academy, they enter into a training program. So that, I anticipate, if everything goes well, will take about 6 to 12 months. Then, of course, the purchase of additional less lethal tasers and related equipment will provide each patrol officer with less lethal options when handling critical situations. Every day we're dealing with people at different levels in their lives: homelessness, emotional distress, emotional at every different level and stuff. So having these little added tools will hopefully decrease our ability to use a higher level of force. Of course, we always want to do a low level of force, which is verbally try to talk somebody down, handle them in every which way we could, possibly get any sort of medical attention, psychological attention. So we try to de-escalate the situation as best we can. But if we do have to go to another level, we want to have as many tools in our chest that we can be able to minimize anybody from getting hurt. So this is a great tool for us that we've utilized in many, many years, and having all our officers trained and having this ability to have this less lethal would be an added tool. Of course, replacing the 2 patrol vehicles and making a facility improvement to the dilapidated areas of the police department will reduce the amount of time public works must dedicate to making the vehicle and facilities repairs. Our vehicles are the ones we're going to replace are from 2014. They've exceeded their lifespan. It's a maintenance nightmare, I'm sure, for our mechanics, and it's constantly down for repairs. They're vehicles that are being used 24/7, so they've hit their mark, but we try to keep them up and running as best we can. But I think also the repairs to our facility would be a huge morale booster for us. It's pretty embarrassing when people come to visit us now. Last year it hasn't been that way because of COVID, but now that we're opening up, our facility is, it's very embarrassing. And I hope you all be able to have an opportunity to walk through our police station and see how kind of bad a shape it is. It's the newest building within our city, and it's probably the worst condition. And it's no fault of anybody, but just things just happen. Hopefully, with the increased amount that's proposed, we can get it to a much better level than it's been in the last several years. Thank you.
And thank you, Chief. And before we move on to Public Works, I just wanted to make the quick announcement. You probably heard a commotion earlier with police, with helicopters. There was a pursuit that started outside of town and quickly came through town. So that's what that commotion was. So those were other agencies at least.
Yes, that's correct. It was LAPD pursuing a stolen Audi throughout the San Fernando Valley, and it made it through our city, and was last heading into Silmar.
Thank
you.
Thank you. Public Works recommended the following enhancements. The addition of 2 part-time maintenance workers, and the intention behind this enhancement is to add dedicated 8-hour-a-day service 6 days a week to the downtown mall area, as well as the city parking lots. The other benefit of that is it will allow shifting of resources over to other parts of the city in terms of maintenance. So we feel it's a kind of a win-win situation there by doing that. The capital outlay for our streets, sidewalks, signage, road markings, and backup generation. We're looking at, through this enhancement, adding an additional 7 miles of streets to be paved, about half a mile of sidewalk to be repaired, approximately 100 crosswalks to be restriped, and 1,000 signs will be replaced. Up to 20 lane miles of streets will also be repainted. Looking at a new dump truck for citywide maintenance efforts. This is a vehicle that's used by all of our public works field divisions. And currently we have an older truck that is not particularly reliable. We do use it for larger, like when we have a fallen tree, it does have a large capacity. So right now, it's not the safest thing to use, and to avoid that, we typically would bring in 3 different trucks, state bed trucks, to sort of pick up a lot of that material that is fallen. But we also use it for delivering materials to different projects around the city. So this would be a much safer way for us to do it, and also much more efficient by adding this dump truck. Additional cleaning and sanitizing related to COVID-19 for a 3-month period. I think Nick addressed this, looking at covering this through ARP funding. Addition of a full-time pump operator and backflow technician in the water division. And this is particularly critical at this time as we are getting ready to increase the size, double the size of our nitrate treatment system. And this position would be, we're already very taxed in that area, and this would help to supplement the work that's done by the pump operator and technician in terms of testing, sampling, running our pumps, as well as conducting our backflow cross-connection program in the city. So again, as we double the size of our system, becomes critical to meet that with our staffing resources.
Installing the next phase of the nitrate treatment system for well 3A. We've talked a little bit about that, touched on that in the past, also a little bit today, and how critical that is. Right now, 3 of our 4 wells are operational, well 3 being the only one that has been shut down for a number of years due to nitrates exceeding the drinking water standard. So this would be essentially following the same technology that we use, the ion exchange system for well 7, adding that in at well 3 and increasing double the size of that, but also looking at beginning design and treatment of the system for well 2A, which is the city's largest pumping system. It's double the size of any of our other wells, and it's just important from a planning perspective that we make sure that we're in the position to be able to treat well 2A, because that would be the one that would force us to go into MWD purchases if we were to lose well 2A. So this is a critical part of making our entire water system much more resilient and reliable going forward. And then replacement of the aging personnel trailer at the city yard. It is quite old and not very safe. As the chief alluded, also this would be a very large morale boost for our staff. This is an area where our staff comes in the morning. There's meetings that are held there. That's where they have a lot of their breaks and their lunch periods as well. So this would be addressing that condition of that personnel trailer at the city yard. And that's all I have for public works.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. The Recreation Commissioners Department proposes to increase services for the residents of San Fernando through 3 enhancements for the fiscal year 21-22. The first one is to reestablish the youth baseball program for the Las Palmas Park community. Second one is to reclassify a .75 part-time program specialist to a full-time position. The third one is to reclassify a .3 FTE cashier to a .475 office clerk position. The department looked at the services and looked at how we could increase services throughout our programming. One would be starting the youth baseball program for Las Palmas Park, which has lacked a youth sports program for several years. The proposed one-time enhancement of $25,000 will help establish the program and provide an opportunity for neighbors, children, and families to interact with one another once again, and to create the community that type of program creates. The program will focus on teaching baseball fundamentals, baseball base running, fielding, and teamwork under the North Region Southern California County governing rules. Initially, staff would be heavily supporting the program by developing the league, running skill clinics, recruiting volunteers, scheduling practices, and league play. Once the league has been established, staff will slowly transition towards an oversight of the volunteer-based program. Our second proposed enhancement is to create a part-time position to full-time. The retirement of the cultural arts supervisor left a void in the planning, development, and implementation of special event programming for the department. Upgrading the part-time program specialist to a full-time position provides staff support necessary to offer oversight of the special event offered to the community. The position will be responsible for developing and implementing city-wide special event programs such as Dia de los Muertos, 5K, the holiday tree-lighting ceremony, concerts in the park, and now the reestablished 4th of July celebration in 2022. Other community special events will be incorporated into that assignment, and they will help develop the health and wellness message that the Happy San Fernando campaign provides. This enhancement will provide 520 additional hours of service to the public. Our third proposed enhancement is to provide a part-time clerk to the department. Currently, the department schedules part-time recruiters to assist the public to perform various clerical tasks. This assignment is really inconsistent because a lot of part-timers have college that they attend or other part-time jobs, so our staffing is not always consistent at the front desk. The reclassification of the cashier to an office clerk would allow the department to provide consistency in the service that we deliver to our patrons. The position will perform a variety of clerical work, assist the public, provide information via the phone and electronically, prepare bulletins, brochures, and reports as needed. They will also process applications to use the facility by the public and the businesses that use a special event permitting. This position will provide an additional 988 hours of service to the public. Those are the propositions the Recreation Department proposes.
Thank you, Julian. And before we turn it over to the City Council for additional questions, I would just recommend that since we talked about combining the discussion for 14 on the master plan, if we could maybe pass it to Councilmember Rodriguez to sort of present that item, and then we can have a robust discussion about all of those items. So that would be my recommendation to finish with our report.
So it's now time for council questions and discussions on the budget and the master plan. Is that?
Yeah, I would recommend that we give Councilmember Rodriguez an opportunity to present that. That was her item, so maybe present it, just how that fits in.
Okay, thank you very much. I added this to the agenda because I think that master planning process really deserves more discussion and consideration. I know that we were all elected with the community in our mind and our heart, and we're here to be their voice. And I think especially with the public comment that was presented today, we have an opportunity to uplift those voices and hear opinions of more people in our own community. We all have the chance to talk to our neighbors and our friends and all the people we know, but there are 25,000 people in the city that we can hear from when it comes to what they want to see in the city. So I wanted to just, reiterate everything that we know. COVID-19 really emphasized how important the local economy is. We're better than others because we have a strong local economy, and by investing in it more, we better position our community just overall. As is in front of you, right? The master plan could produce a thriving commercial corridor, including community spaces. These spaces could include pocket parks and areas to promote art and artists. Their comprehensive approach, including a commitment to local hiring and robust small business support, the plan can support workforce development, entrepreneurship, and anti-displacement strategies to ensure our community will directly benefit from improvement. Most importantly, if we find the master planning process, we're providing the residents of our community an opportunity to contribute what they'd like to see. A lot of that, some of the things that I captured today, I think we had about 75 public comments submitted, were things like opportunities for youth, which if we bring in retail and restaurants, we could even create opportunities for youth employment. In wealthy white communities, $1 will circulate in a community indefinitely. And when you go to Black and brown communities, it only circulates a handful of times. And that's because we need to create spaces where there can be businesses, community-owned businesses, where we can employ our community members. Not to mention the fact that by creating employment opportunities that are right next to your house, you reduce your footprint in driving across to downtown for your employment. Then you make your money and then you go spend it in your own community. And this all gets to keep happening within our community. It just helps strengthen our local economy. And that's the opportunity we have when we think about the downtown area. Some other comments were additional community spaces, maintaining our community feel feel, like our small businesses and stores that support basic needs. A lot of people want additional grocery stores that offer healthy options. Other comments where they wanted additional amenities like entertainment. A lot of us are going outside of the city. Now that COVID is over, people are all about going out. And it would be great if San Fernando were one of those spaces where there were a number of opportunities for entertainment. Pretty much, we have this plan to move forward with Lot 3. And I am very impressed with the community outreach that they've outlined for that project. But we have an opportunity to dream bigger about what we want to see in our city. There's a lot of space that the city owns, and there's a lot of opportunity to engage with businesses so we can have everything that people are asking for. And so I would really love if we could hear, really listen to all of the voices that spoke today during public comment. And really what we're doing is we're voting for a public process to give them a chance to contribute to a bigger plan for our downtown. So with that, I'm not sure how you want to do this next, Nick, but we can comment on the master plan itself before we go into the fuller budget.
Or council can decide to just talk about them all, together. So each member can talk about that, in context.
Okay, I think I'll reserve my comment on everything that was presented and pass it to my Councilmember Pacheco.
Thank you. Thank you for the advocacy. I think, coming out of this pandemic, people want to see a thriving, bustling San Fernando, not even really just relegated to downtown or the mall, but really throughout the city. So I'm excited to kind of get into it. As far as the budget is concerned, I think it's really important for this council, at least for, discussions I've heard and I've had with my colleagues, that we pass a balanced budget. I think it's very responsible for us to be an example to others. There's folks sitting around their dinner table, trying to figure out how to budget their bills. And I think at the very least, we owe the taxpayers the same. And I think we've done a lot of good work so far in accomplishing that. Even more so, there's so much more to come, whether it's the stimulus bill, whether it's Measure SF funds, and so forth. So it really is an exciting time. Sometimes it gets a little discouraging when you hear how bleak it is out, in the downtown area or in other parts of San Fernando. Folks are really hit hard during the COVID pandemic, especially our downtown that is so focused on events, quinceañeras and weddings and so forth. A lot of those businesses just shut their doors and haven't been open since. So it can certainly feel like a ghost town. However, the mall is not dead and it'll never be dead. It's just napping. And it's up to us to kind of wake it up and give it a nudge. And I think this council has a lot of energy and is really focused on doing that. And I think this is our opportunity to do it. People don't want a handout. They want to work hard and they want to make something for themselves and for their families. But they put us in this position to make, measured and thoughtful decisions in policy. And as a council member, that's just what I try to do. I try to listen and think and then create the policy afterwards. So I want to extend a thanks to all those folks who submitted public comments because through organizing, through grassroots support, you really do get your voice heard. And so I truly appreciate all that outreach to us. And just general comments on the budget, it's a compromise. This is democracy. No one up here is a king or queen or a dictator. Even the department heads, I'm sure you all had to make decisions that you weren't 100% happy with. You all have your own struggles, whether it's folding the bills by hand or, working extra overtime almost every week, some officers do. So we're all in this together, and through the collaboration, I think, we made a lot of good work. We're just kind of putting, the final touches on this. I 100% support the economic development manager. I think that this is a position that is sorely needed for San Fernando, especially for our local businesses. Echoing the sentiments of my colleagues and of others in the past, having somebody focused and listening and reaching out to their contacts in the business community and being that point person, I think is integral. So I'm very excited to get this position filled. And, you know, along those lines, even though this came before the budget, our community development director, our planning director is very, very important. And so whether it's a master plan, whether it's beautification, whether it's all sorts of policies that we want to see enacted, these positions are going to be key. And so I'm definitely looking forward to having these folks take a leadership position and collaborate and work with us to get a lot of these initiatives passed. You know, for San Fernando, we are just more than the mall, though. We're more than a couple blocks from downtown. You know, the breweries had a great, you know, kind of not only revival, because it kind of almost did super well during outdoor dining and so forth. You know, areas around Vallarta, Rafati, which is one of the, you know, cool places that I like now, near, you know, there's in Supe, all kinds of places. And so I think a master plan can really take a step back and look at it from the 30,000, you know, foot level and say, you know what, there's so much in San Fernando, in the swap meet area, in the downtown, in the mall, and so forth. So I would encourage us to even expand that scope and think big, right? Because there's just a lot of work to be done. That's just, you know, putting it in a nutshell. So being inclusive of all the business corridors is something that I would like to see. I would also like to see how the future planning director or the economic development manager can find grant money or can work with finance department and with our staff to find out how to engage the public with Measure SF funds. Because I think that, you know, as we've seen, you know, our residents really do want these dollars put into work in economic development. And I think I'm going to start my questions just there really briefly to Mr. Kimball. As far as our budget allocations and so forth, not knowing Measure SF funds, not knowing necessarily the how we can spend the ARP funds and so forth, would it be possible to fund a master plan, you know, at the mid-year or at the SF check-in, or is this something that we have to do right now?
So I think there are a couple options. One of the things that I did want to sort of bring up is there is a $25,000 surplus. So I believe that Councilmember Rodriguez had talked about a $50,000 allocation, which would be added to. There is already $50,000 allocated for economic development planning. So I'm guessing it was $50,000 on top of that for a total of $100,000. There's about $25,000 for unallocated currently that would be still available to be allocated. You know, in addition to that, you know, we still have a lot of moving parts right now. Not specific necessary to the budget, but we do have, you know, potentially the state budget that has, you know, working on an allocation to the state budget that we'll know for certain in the next few days. That would significantly assist us in our finances. We're looking at the American Rescue Plan, which we plan to come back up over the summer. The plan on how to spend those funds, which may, you know, further free up, depending on how those are allocated, further free up funds in the general fund once that whole plan is adopted. And then, you know, just as we still have 2 months of revenues to book that we're still receiving, especially sales tax revenues. So, you know, this fiscal year is actually looking very strong so far. So all that being said is those are all kind of variables that we probably in the next 60 days have a little more clarity on all those items, which could have a significant impact. I know last year we did kind of a supplemental budget review. Typically we wait till mid-year. I think in October we did one last year just to check in due to COVID. That's another opportunity. Again, there are other ways that if council wanted to look at, you know, in October or September or October, doing a check-in and seeing, you know, if there is an opportunity to even at that point appropriate additional funds. That's definitely, you know, definitely an option.
And go beyond this appropriation. I mean, we could look at funds for the other things that didn't make the cut, right, like the charcoal trailer and other part-time workers, et cetera. Those could all be on the table, so to speak.
Yes, they could. The budget is a document that can be amended at any time.
Yeah, that's good to know. Yeah, I mean, because as important as, you know, planning is and so forth, there were a lot of other items that I think, you know, could certainly be considered as well. Could you speak a bit to the staff time involved? Because I have a little bit of trepidation in terms of who's going to scout the drafters of the plan, who's going to outreach to the community, who's going to help, you know, draft it with our collaborators and so forth, and you know, who's going to implement it and so forth. You know, is this something that will just linger until our planning and economic development manager steps in, or I mean, how do you kind of see it playing out?
Yeah, so
I'm sure it's not going to be, you know, there's a lot of things to do.
Yeah, so I think that's one thing I'm always cognizant of is with workload of staff and who's going to take the reins and make sure that that's the right person to take the reins of a particular project. I actually think if the economic development manager is approved tonight, which would be a critical position, you know, we'll work quickly to, you know, we have to work with the unions to get a meeting conferred, approve the job spec, bring that back to council, start the recruitment. So there would be some time to get that particular position on board. But I believe that obviously becomes a critical position to really shepherd this through and do the day-to-day work, build the relationships with the businesses, the stakeholders that will be soliciting feedback from any master planning effort, and then just, you know, have the expertise of working with, you know, firms that, you know, specialize in this and have those relationships. So that position would be critical to really moving this forward in a responsible manner and having someone that actually has that expertise shepherd this project through. So.
In the interest of outreach and community engagement, our town halls for Measure SF, is this something that, you know, folks can kind of chime in on at that time as well?
I mean, I would say that if this is, you know, this effort would be one the city council, you know, directed us to move forward on that. I mean, we would want to take every opportunity like that, like, you know, our Measure SF, or it's our Measure A. It will have SF funds in it as well this year in September. We're also going to be engaging in an effort. I do want to mention that we did keep, you know, per sort of direction from council, about $1.5 million, which is equal to SF, of enhancements this year or just one time. So we're going to be having those discussions again. Again, this is probably with the town hall and everything about how to spend those, how we want to spend those next year, those Measure SF funds. So all those efforts we would use to also, you know, get feedback on how to master planning.
100%. I mean, as welcome and necessary as public comment is, I think a public hearing like, you know, Measure A, Measure SF, what have you, would definitely do a lot in terms of direction and, you know, interest and so forth. But I don't think any of us really kind of question whether we need it. At least as far as for me, I know San Fernando would be greatly benefited by, instead of taking a piecemeal approach and just trying to do one-offs, et cetera, just taking a thoughtful planning approach to it. So that's kind of where my thinking is there. Just give me a moment here. I think that's, I mean, I'm going to put a pin in it for now. I said my piece. I 100% support it. I'm a little agnostic as to the funding and how we get, you know, there. I think the $25,000 down payment is probably a good idea. I think 100% we need to check in the mid-year, whether it's September, October, so forth. But maybe I'll yield my time and then circle back to me at future time and have this discussion. Thank you.
We'll have another opportunity after public comments. Councilmember Montañez.
Okay, so I think that we should vote on the master plan as far as process first, so that we can then go into the budget, figure out how we get that additional $25,000. So I strongly support the master plan. It's easier if we talk about it. And I do so because we've heard so much community support for it. I was really blown away that 75 people submitted comments when this item came out on the agenda Friday, 1:30 or 2 o'clock when we got our agenda. And Sunday was Father's Day. So I don't think anybody went out there walking door to door. I think it was word of mouth. And people decided to submit these letters because there's really strong support. I've heard it. I think we've all heard it, right? I think we've all talked about it individually at different times. You know, in that we've known each other, or some of us, Mary, you and I have talked about it before, like what people want in the downtown. And this is an opportunity for us to really hear what people want in the downtown and be able to develop a master plan that incorporates Lot 3 and other public lots, and maybe other property owners, and get the downtown that I know I've been waiting for. Last time I was had the opportunity to vote on a downtown redevelopment was when I was on the city council 20 years ago. That was a long time. Some people have been waiting longer. So 2 decades have gone by, at least since the last time on this dais, we voted for an actual plan that incorporated a movie theater, restaurants, additional retail, parking, open spaces, parklets, a place where we can go and hang out. And in our priorities as a council, we voted for the master plan as one of the strategic priorities. And we said we want to recover stronger than ever after we saw what happened with COVID. Our city is very dependent on sales tax, and we want people to come shop here. You know, I love like just spending my money here, right? Restaurants or little shops, I mean, whatever it is, it's just exciting to be able to do it in our own hometown and be able to walk to it. We have an opportunity to do it now. We are literally, I think right now, if we don't lose as a council, if we don't move forward with this, there's going to be a lot of strong community disappointment, and then organizing will happen, and more people will get upset, and more people are going to push. And I also want to say that, you know, I did also talk to Vanessa Delgado, the developer for Lot 3, and she told me personally, she said she was going to submit a letter of support in the master plan. But was there a letter of support from Vanessa Delgado? It was received. So Vanessa Delgado, the developer of the Lot 3, herself agreed to go into the master plan process. So right now, everybody's on board. And everybody's on board to do it now. And so I really strongly recommend that we as a council do it now. If we don't emerge tonight with a master plan, we're not doing our community any justice, and we're creating a lot of disappointment, frustration, you know, because we are literally this close from getting it right. And now we have a willing developer who is saying to us, yes, I also want to be part of this because we are going to get a better project. So there is no reason for us to hesitate. I'd like to, you know, for us to move forward with the motion to approve the master plan for the downtown, and then have a discussion of how we fund it, because I think that there is definitely opportunity to come up with just $25,000 more to fund it at $50,000 to begin that process. This is our opportunity. It's in our strategic goals. It's a community priority. We've heard from over at least 75 people today. We're going to hear from more. The business community, the residents, visitors. I mean, when I talk about it, it's people's just their faces light up to say, yes, I want to be part of that process. I want to contribute to what is the best for our downtown. And right now, it's important to know that we are under discussion, yes, with Lot 3, and the person that we're under discussion with submitted a letter of support in this master plan. So there's really no reason for us to move forward with it. So I just strongly encourage the council to move forward with it. I have budget comments, but I'd like for us to finish the discussion just on the master plan and vote on moving that forward, and then come back and then talk about how we make budget adjustments to get that $25,000.
Councilmember Rodriguez, do you have anything else to add? Because we're still discussing the entire budget, correct?
Yeah, but if we can, maybe just process-wise, I would say we put a motion on the table. I mean, I would invite Councilmember Rodriguez to do it since it's your item. It's just put it.
discussion.
After we're done with our council discussion on this item, just have a motion on the table and us vote on that, right? So then after council discussion on this item, Councilman Rodriguez would put a motion on the table, and then we would agree, hopefully, to move forward with the master plan, and then we could have a discussion specific on the budget adjustments that are necessary in order for us to fund that, the master plan.
Thank you.
And if I may, just to if that's the way council wants to go, I would say that we probably would have a motion to kind of direct staff to move forward on the economic development master plan. And then you could vote on that motion, and then, we could come back to the, and then that wouldn't necessarily have a funding component to it. And then we come back to the budget, to figure out, have the funding discussion secondarily, if that's the way the council wants to take it.
If I may, Vice Mayor, is it possible to have the letter read into the record? Because I don't know if I received it or not.
Yeah, sorry, I believe, so we received quite a few, comments, emails, within right before the deadline. So I think some of them.
Deadline?
No, it did. I think it just was, there was a lot, so one or two got overlooked. So, Madam City Clerk, I believe you do have a copy of that, if you can read
And
that.
secondly, we'd love to hear from Vice Mayor and the Mayor before we vote on the motion as well.
Okay, this is council agenda item 14. Azure Development is pleased to submit this letter of support for City Council item number 14. I understand that City Council will consider and discuss the community benefit of a master plan at its meeting tonight. Azure Development supports this effort and hopes to collaborate with the city team on its creation. We also encourage the funding of an economic development position to assist as the master plan moves forward. We believe downtown San Fernando is poised to capitalize on post-pandemic growth and the forthcoming infrastructure grants from the federal government that needs a dedicated team to help implement those efforts. Azure looks forward to continuing its work under its exclusive negotiation agreement for parking lot number 3 in downtown San Fernando in conjunction with a master plan effort. We are in the middle of our robust community outreach plan and expect to complete the effort by the middle of July. We believe the data collected will be helpful to inform the master plan, and we intend to complete that work. Committed to the City Council. Our team and data can be made available to the city team to help with the master plan as needed. Azure looks forward to continue its work under exclusive negotiation agreement, parking lot number 3. We are in the middle of our robust community outreach plan and expect to complete. Yep, I did. Sorry. Reading a PDF. My apologies. That is, our team and data can be made available to the city, and should you have any questions, please feel free to reach me. It's Vanessa@AzureDevelopmentCO.com. Vanessa Development.
Thank you. Okay, so I support the enhancements from staff and with the changes. I do support 100% the economic development manager position. One of the things I was going to ask for the, I saw the master plan and wanting the 25,000 was that the pothole trailer. I was wondering if we could put either to the pothole trailer or the trees, the additional 25, the surplus that we have of $25,000. Is that a possibility? Is that something that can be done? I know the pothole trailer is 125,000, but can we put that towards that? Because it's something, the residents want their streets fixed, their sidewalks fixed, and this would definitely help in that area. But then we also have a lot of trees that are being planted, and maybe we can put that funds towards the trees.
Yeah, we can certainly, again, that's a council decision on how to use that 25,000. So if it's toward a master plan or tree enhancement, or the 25,000 toward the pothole trailer, I would request we probably want to, rather than partially funding something like that, we probably want to look at the ARP fund, fully not encumber the funds towards a partial purchase and try to come together progress, maybe we should, we can find additional funding or grants for that potentially. So, but we can certainly appropriate to it however council wants to appropriate those funds.
Thank you. In terms of the, I want to thank everyone for the public, for their comments on the master plan. And I know that gathering all those statements is, takes a lot of time and a lot of talking and meeting with people. And I know because I was part of the group that opposed the GCPenney project, and we submitted 600 signatures. And so I really truly understand and appreciate every single one of those comments. However, I don't know if those that submitted comment were aware that we have several plans in the works. And Mr. Kimball, can you tell us what plans are currently in the works?
Yeah, some of the things that we discussed at one of our budget study sessions were, we have a few years ago, we have SP5, which is a high-level planning document that just talks about potential land uses in downtown. It doesn't get down to the, parcel level as to what, from a planning perspective, but that's a high-level document. There's the economic development opportunity sites that was prepared by a Cosmo company probably about 2 years ago now. That identifies, that discusses the various options that a number of the city-owned lots and their potential for being developed from a market standpoint. And then obviously the current effort we have with Azure, and she had submitted that, Vanessa, but I would submit that comment about, their effort on community outreach and gathering, different types of data. So those are probably the biggest, efforts that we have.
But you also have been doing the safe and active streets, parking lot study, and are there any others that were?
We have safe and active streets, we have the housing element, we have the parking management master plan that's currently out there. Park master plan that was completed a few years ago with pretty significant outreach. So those are the biggest, and then those are the biggest sort of outreach efforts and planning efforts we've had over the last few years.
So, in one of the discussions we had with the master plan, council member Rodriguez had mentioned she wanted all the plans to be put together in a master plan. And I do support a master plan. I really do. But I think that we need to finish all the master plan, the plans that we are currently working on, so that we can work based on those plans. We need to hire the economic development manager, let the person get their feet wet, right? And understand our city and what plans we have, and give everything a great deal of thought, and it takes time. So I think that I would really consider a master plan after this position has been filled. That person has had the opportunity to study everything and get to know our community, and then revisit this maybe in 6 months. I would definitely reconsider it. That's all I have for right now. For myself, Mayor Bellin.
Oh, okay. I'll be right with you. Just give me one second. No, I need that. I'm sorry, the power in my house went off, and I need some light in this room. Murphy's Law. Anyway, I do support a master plan, but I want a master plan for the entire city, not just a specific area that we already have Vanessa doing all this work and paying all this money to come up with, give us a lot of information. And as she said in her public comments, she expects that we will continue with the exclusive agreement we have with her. So I just, and a true master plan for the entire city, because why not Maclay? Why not the the swap meet? Why not Vallarta? Why, we want our people to come to the entire city, not just focus on one little section of the city. It's just as important as all the others, but we need to think bigger, not smaller. We need to have this reimagination, this vision that we can take care of a master plan, a grand master plan for the entire city that will serve all the residents for many, many years to come. And I think that master plan, somebody told me today, would cost approximately $400,000. We don't have $400,000. And I'm not very supportive of taking the $25,000 when we can certainly use that for more trees or the trailer, as the vice mayor said, and then going over budget by $25,000. And it's not going to stop there because we're going to need some more money. And am I supportive to all the residents that called in and the business owners and people that don't live in the city that send them public comments? Yes. Thank you for your public comments, but we're elected to make sound business decisions, not decisions isolated to a parcel of land within the city. We must look at the bigger picture so we can move forward in a very strategic manner, not by the seat of our pants. So I cannot support this, particularly and you might say that $25,000 is seed money. Why are we doing that? We need a consultant, we need somebody professional, or we need to hire the person that's going to focus and be the contract administrator, and we contract this out. There's so much work that has to go into this. It's $25,000 is not a whole lot. I'd rather wait till next fiscal year, budget the $400,000, get the input from the person that we're going to hire, and do a smart plan, not just a fly-by-our-seat plan. And I'm grateful that Vanessa sent in that comment. She seems like she wants to be a team player, but nonetheless, we have an agreement with her, as she stated in her public comment. This is she expects to continue with her exclusive agreement, to continue to move forward with her outreach and come back to City Council with the information so we can make an informed decision. And Mayor, by the way, on the rest of the budget as presented by the department heads, thank you very much. You hit the mark. I'm very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to vote on the.
I have additional comments.
Okay.
I did want to at some point just organize our thoughts here so that we do the vote.
We'll go around. Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yeah, thank you. So I have a few comments. I think we'll just start kind of with some of the ideas that were just put forward. I find it contradictory that we would move forward only with a proposal to develop Lot 3, which is a tiny piece of the city, when the case is that we should wait until we do a full plan for the whole city. So I would like if we can reconcile those ideas. Because I think we'd all be supportive of a contract for the whole city, but then that means we do need to fund it. And right now we're somehow trying to scrape together $50,000, which should be helpful. I also want to ask, the new manager position. We are moving forward on that very quickly. So it's not an idea that we'll have a community development director and then we'll be moving forward if it's approved very soon to fill these positions, because we all, especially staff, recognize how important it is, not only for a project like this, but for all economic development needs in our city. I do want to ask, even with our community development director, is it a requirement or will it be a requirement of the manager that they created a master plan?
A requirement of them.
Like when we do a job.
I mean, it could be a question that's asked during an interview process to see what kind of experience they have. Typically you wouldn't have a job spec would be laying out types of activities you could be doing in that job, and roles like preparing economic development plans. It wouldn't be prerequisite that they prepare a plan. In the job classification, that being said, it would, obviously that would be something in an interview that we really want to focus on. And just to kind of dovetail on one of your earlier comments. So one of the reasons that there are a lot of reasons that you put the economic development, not necessarily economic development. I think in this particular instance, because we have the vacant development director position, the economic development manager would be in the city manager's office. So we could still move forward with all of the pre-work that we need to do to establish that position without waiting for a community development director. So this would be this doesn't need to wait for that other position before we start recruiting. We could start establishing that.
Yeah, and I think that what I want to comment on is just that this assumption that someone's going to come in and be able to do all of this. It's very clear that when we need technical assistance, we contract those sorts of things out, and the positions would obviously supplement it, which is why my proposal is such a reduced amount, because we're going to have staff that's dedicated to this, and we will need a smaller amount for some technical assistance to move forward now. I also I appreciate the recognition that I brought up. The need to stitch together all of the different plans we have going on right now in the city. But this doesn't take away from that effort. I think it just builds upon plans that exist. SP5, Cogmont said we need, to stimulate our business corridors. This creates new businesses, which creates jobs. This could create new parks. This could create walkability, like in the Safe and Active Streets plan. So it is an enhancement of all of those plans and an opportunity to put that together for something that the community wants. I think the last thing I want to say right now is just, the budget is about choices. And so this idea that we're going to somehow throw our budget out of balance because we need $25,000 more dollars is simply not the case. We have not approved the budget. We have an opportunity to look at different places where we can fill this $50,000 request. That process is not over. I will also point out that process did not include the public. That is exactly why I asked. We have Measure SF funds now. That's what we're using for a lot of these enhancements. And the fact is, the departments totally recognizing all the work you put in, and the fact that you really heard the employees, which I think is fantastic. I think employees have gotten the front of a lot of crappy budgets in the past. So I think it's excellent that they have opportunity to elevate their roles, to get the equipment they needed, to not face burnout. But the fact is, we've never had, other than council meetings, community input in how we're spending the community's money. The most input we've had on any budget item is what you heard tonight. So the idea of not approving something that the one thing the public was engaged in to contribute to this budget would be terrible. I think that we should work together to take the step forward and discuss where the $25,000 could come from, but not ignore the public. These are their funds. They spoke. In the future, the reason everything is one time for the $1.5 million from Measure SF is because the community deserves the opportunity to give input on how that's spent. And we need to make sure our new staff people dedicate time throughout the year so that we don't get the statement we got this year, which was it's too late to engage. We're already in the budget season. That's not fair. And people took time out of this weekend to submit their comments. So I really hope they're heard. Because again, this is literally the one budget item that we've heard the public statement on. Thank you.
Councilman Pacheco.
Thank you. Some questions for you, Mr. Kimball. Even in a best case scenario, how soon would this manager position be actually filled?
So just to kind of go over the process of creating any new position, the first thing, in California, very labor friendly, and we would need to meet and confer. So we need to draft a job specification, present it to the manager group. They would have an opportunity to comment on it, and then we would bring it to city council for adoption. Right? That takes some time, probably a month or so, to get a job spec. So once a job spec is created, then we can start the recruitment. Probably over the summer, we can start that recruitment. Usually, we have the position open for 4 to 6 weeks, so that allows us plenty of time to advertise it and number of different locations to try to get as wide an applicant pool as possible. And then after that, you know, we try to move within about 30 days of closing to get, you know, the interviews completed. And then after that, it takes, you know, some time to do background checks that take probably another 30 days. So, you know, you're looking at, you know, probably, you know, 4 months or so between, that's kind of best case, you know, and obviously we push. So
in the first week or two working, you're just having great lunches and meeting people and stuff like that.
You're starting to build those relationships, especially in economic development director, or manager. That, I mean, they're a relationship
So
position.
4 months from now would be October, basically.
Right, 4 months from now,
October, California. Secondly, you had mentioned that we have economic development funds to the tune of 50 grand, right? Is that something that you just take direction from council on spending, or how are those usually earmarked?
So, what we had used them in the past, and quite frankly, don't necessarily have a specific plan for those this year, which is why those can most certainly be used toward our master plan if that's directed. Is we had used it to work with an economic development consultant, Cosmo companies when some proposals did come in to assist with evaluating proposals. Obviously, they helped us pretty close, work closely with us on the development of the RFP in that process for part 1 and 3. So,
do they do master plans? That's something that's in their wheelhouse. Okay, so they're probably jumping that. All right. Well, here are more deliberations. I think I'm going to propose a little bit of a compromise motion for the council to consider as well. I would suggest that we go ahead and straightforward earmark those $50,000 for the master plan. I think we should add the $25,000 surplus that we have in the budget to those dollars as well, to the tune of $75,000 total, and then pass it tonight, because I don't necessarily think this is something we should kick down the road. I recognize that this individual might not, you know, join for 4 months, but having, you know, pretty much $75,000 dedicated for that person to, you know, kind of take the lead on along with all of us, I think is pretty reasonable and pretty exciting. I don't support just passing it and figuring out how to pay for it. For me, I don't think that's necessarily how I do business. I feel like we have the numbers in front of us. We can, you know, make it work without having it unfunded. You know, several years ago, one of the stories was like the aquatic center was funded or passed, and we didn't really realize how much it would cost. And you know, it came out to be hundreds of thousands of dollars a year that pretty much drove us into a multi-million-dollar deficit, along with, you know, an economic recession and a whole bunch of other things. So I think there is some prudence to what the mayor is saying in terms of this could be much more than just 50,000 or 75,000, especially if we take a step back and do the whole city. It could be several hundred thousand. But I feel like empowering the planning director and economic development manager and staff with this allocation while keeping a balanced budget, I think is something I would support. So I'm just putting that out there, and then, you know, we'll put a pin in it for now and hear more comments. Thank you.
Councilmember Montañez.
I just want to clarify, so you're saying add 75,000 to the budget right now?
Sure, I'll make it more clear. So there's already $50,000 earmarked, right? Let's call that bucket A. Bucket A is already in play. There's $25,000 budget surplus, right? We'll call that bucket B. I would suggest that we add bucket B, allocate it to bucket A, and have that $75,000 total be earmarked specifically for a master plan rather than quote unquote economic development, which it has been in the past.
Okay, I mean, I would support that. So the economic development, the 50,000 that's currently in the budget for economic development consulting services, we would allocate that to the master plan and then add the $25,000. I mean, if that's a motion, I would second that motion. Unless Councilmember Rodriguez, you would.
I can absolutely second motion for $75,000 in a master planning process.
Okay, so that's a first and a second.
So we have a motion and a second, maybe that would be like a close on this.
But before we vote, I would still like to hear from the other council members. The vote can happen, I just would like to.
There's a motion and a second. Discussion on the motion.
Well,
Excuse me. Madam
Yes.
Vice Mayor. Mayor Ballin has not been online since 8:55. For the record.
well, like, did she?
Should someone just take a moment to call her back when we give comments to Vice Mayor? Can someone just give her a ring?
I got a text from her. She has an emergency at her house, and so she's not going to be able to reconnect.
Well, I think that it's important for all of us to be present when we're voting on this budget. Where she's been in every single study sessions. There's been 4 study sessions, and for her to miss a vote on something like this, I don't think I'd like to continue. Or how can we do this?
So the motion on the table is actually to include the master plan and $75,000 dedicated to it, not the budget.
Right, it's a much smaller motion, so it sounds like there's at least a willingness to put that to the vote, perhaps to get that moving. And then as far as how you want to do it, that's-
Yeah, there was a motion and a second. So
Well, I like I said, I do support a master plan. I would like to see if we're going to add anything that be added for the entire city. I don't want to just earmark 4 or 6 blocks of the city for a master plan. I think we need to look at it as a whole. Many of our plans that we currently have in place are looking at, they're reviewing the entire city. It's not just a portion. And I think in order to be fair to all the residents and all the businesses, that they should also be included in a master plan. Approving something that could potentially cost us, $150,000, $200,000 to $400,000. I don't know how can we do that? Is that responsible? Is that appropriate for us to approve a plan when we don't have the funding for it? Is that how, I'm still kind of a new council member. Is this what cities do? Approve something that's going to cost, but could potentially cost up to $400,000.
Ultimately, it's all about scoping in the RFP, right? If you have $75,000, you scope the services to $75,000 contract. So, if council wants to scope it, and that obviously just means it's smaller, right? So if council directs us to move forward, we just make sure it's scoped appropriately so that we get the services and, with the amount of money we have, as opposed to, obviously with $75,000, we wouldn't ask for a citywide master plan, because I agree that would not be enough to cover a citywide master plan. But, it's all about the scoping, so that's really.
Because I would support something if it included the entire city. Is that
Yeah,
a possibility? Because I do support, I do agree with, which I haven't said, I do agree with Councilmember Pacheco and Mayor Ballin regarding the entire city.
Yeah, I think part of I guess the crux of my motion was that this master plan would be the entire city and not just a small portion. Is there a way we can do the 75 grand and then come back in October and see what the development manager says we need for the rest? Or do we have to have it done with the 75 grand?
So, again, there are a few ways to tackle it. We can develop an RFP that has options, right? So there's option A, which is sort of a more specific, smaller portion, and then we ask for, well, can I have alternate bids or alternate quotes to have a larger, the clay corridor added, and an alternate, that's to look at our manufacturing areas, and then so then we get pricing steps based on, what we want to, what the council actually move forward with. Maybe we'll so anyway, there's definitely ways that we can accomplish, what it is, and get a menu of how much it would cost, right? And if we came back and, if we put out an RFP and came back in September or October with these are the various options and this is what it would cost and there are additional resources and you want to say, well, for an extra $50,000, we could expand it to the play.
I guess my question is, can't we actually just wait for the RFP to go out until we have the Measure S mid-year budget thing, or is this allocation going to force the RFP out now before we have a development manager, before we have a planning director? It's just an allocation for the whole year, right?
Right. No, it doesn't force anything. At the end of the day, it's really what time,
It's down payment.
Allocating when it is. The second part of that is just staff being able to schedule into our work project, right? So there's, personally, what I would really advocate is that we start this process when we get an economic development manager on board. That person is the person that will have the expertise and, we plan to have it at a competitive salary range. That should have the expertise, should have the relationships, should have the knowledge of how to move forward on these. And then, so we want that person, we want to be able to make that person's input into the developing the RFP, right? We could move forward with, again, not to disparage anyone on staff or everyone's got their own ideas on economic development. Again, that would be my recommendation, to wait until we have that person on. So maybe this process starts in October.
But it's not mutually exclusive, right? We can pass this now and then say, just wait until that person comes on in order to start.
Sure, the funding is the important piece, right? Most of the stuff that's in the budget probably won't realistically start. A lot of the things won't realistically start until later on this year, just because we have to schedule all that into our work.
Especially if there's not enough staff time to dedicate to actually doing it in a robust and accurate way. So, that would be actually like a direction as part of, what we want. But I feel like that's a common sense move, right? So.
And at that point, again, if the council does adopt this motion for the $75,000 of economic master plan, again, I think in September, October, we'll have a number of updates, and we could always revisit an additional allocation to a different expansion.
Can we kind of just have like a gentlewoman's agreement that we're going to revisit this at a budget meeting in September, October to revisit it? Just put that out there in the universe.
Sure, that could even be direction, doesn't need to be. There you go. You could just tell us.
Okay, there it is.
If I could just state that the industrial corridors master plan, we have the other areas. It's in our strategic goals. So I like the idea of saying, let's start with the downtown. That's specifically spelled out in our strategic goals as a city. Then we do have these other areas in the city in our strategic goals that can come at later times, right? So I think right now it's a really good idea to allocate the funds in this year's budget for the downtown master plan. But then, of course, we know it's in our strategic goals already adopted that we're going to be looking at other areas throughout the city. At that time, we can look at additional funds.
Right. So the motion doesn't foreclose the ability to expand the scope at a later time, nor does it chain you to some obligation to pay money that you may not have to do an expanded scope. It's just really to just get the process started. So.
With that said, may I pose a question?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I would just ask for a friendly suggestion. Hector, is it okay if Celeste is the author of the motion since it was her idea and you seconded it?
Whose idea?
Celeste, the item.
Oh,
That's what I did.
If it's important to her, yeah.
I just think it's important, right? Sure, it's easy just to have Celeste be the author and then you email the author.
Sure, I'm otherwise also on it. So
that's it. So the motion is on the table by Councilmember Rodriguez and the second by Councilmember.
Can you repeat the motion?
The motion is to allocate $75,000 and
$75,000, which is what's $50,000.
which allocates the 25 unallocated and $50,000 dedicated economic development.
we're not in the deficit after this, right?
Well, the budget hasn't been approved, so we're in one anyway, but yes.
And to begin working on this when? On this master plan.
With the manager.
Yeah, I think if I would respectfully request that staff, again, assuming the economic development manager is approved, we get to move forward on that. And then as soon as that person's on board, again, probably about 4 or 5 months, start working. That would be their task on day one. That would be I would respectfully request that, just to make sure we don't.
And if it's more, if it makes everyone comfortable, I can add to the motion that we approve the economic development manager now to help to implement this effort.
Well, it's part of the budget process, right? Yeah. I just want to say, I do have a concern of approving something without having the budget. I feel like, we're approving it and we're not showing a deficit, but in reality, it is a deficit if you really look at it. And I would feel so much better if, you already have $50,000 in there. I don't know. I just can't. If we're going to go for a master plan for the entire city, how can we do that? I don't feel comfortable. I'm a steward of the residents' funds, and I just can't. I'm sorry for all the comments that came in, but that's kind of what I see. So,
I have a question.
Yeah, I think we need to.
So now okay. So you have the motion. Yeah, we call for the vote.
Councilmember Rodriguez?
Yes.
Councilmember Pacheco?
Yes.
Councilmember Montanez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mendoza?
No.
Mayor Allen is absent.
So now you would return the orders of the day, which are item 9, which is the budget.
Okay,
And
so
that motion passes.
the motion passes. Yes. Thank you. So now, do we have any Madam City Clerk, any public testimony submitted?
No, we do not.
The public hearing is declared closed. Is there a motion and a second to close the public hearing? The motion called for. Motion passes. It is now time for council discussion on this matter.
Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, we actually have to vote. There's a motion second.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Councilmember Rodriguez?
Yes.
Councilmember Pacheco?
Yes.
Councilmember Montanez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mendoza?
Yes.
Mayor Allen is absent.
It's now time for council discussion on the matter. Councilmember Rodriguez. We're on the continuing public hearing.
Yes, this is on the general budget.
I don't have additional comments. I just, I'm grateful that our directors have heard what the staff needs are. And I very much look forward to next year's process and ensuring we hear what the public needs are.
Councilmember Pacheco.
This is the budget, right?
Budget.
First of all, I'm happy that we got another award, I think, right?
Yes.
We got an award for making, if you want to speak some words to that, I don't really understand why we get the award, but that's great.
Thank you, Councilmember. I was going to say that toward the end, but yes, we did receive our budget award from the GFOA for last year's budget for 2021. And we'll be submitting it for 21-22. So very proud for all the teamwork that the city did, including my staff and the department. So we're very happy. So just a few words. Thank you.
Thank you, and I definitely support your folding machine. I really can't believe how that's a thing. It's mind-boggling to me. Second, I would, I'll circle back with Mr. Baumgartner and Ms. Montañez that are ad hoc and everything, but as far as what maintenance is looking like for our tree fund, to kind of really nail down how much everything's costing. So in our next budget, we have a very concrete number of what it takes to, trim everything and keep everything going. I think would be very helpful because it was a struggle for me to get that 25 grand. I mean, it seems everything else seems pretty easy for everybody else, but maybe that's just me. Secondly, for the police department, thank you, Chief, for kind of prioritizing things that are becoming more and more important to folks, like non-lethal equipment, more training, and obviously more police officer positions so that there's not so much burnout and so forth. So, and I know you always push for it year after year, and I'm glad we can kind of make some headway on that. quick question for the Recreation Community Services, the youth baseball program. Baseball is traditionally connotes males. Are female little girls also going to be able to play with
It is open to both,
Okay.
boys and
Just making sure. Hopefully it was needless to say, but that's great news. All in all, I think as long as we're nice and balanced, I 100% support, and I'm thankful for all the work. Again, we're looking forward to these mid-year and Measure SF meetings so that we can adequately fund a master plan for the whole city. We can make sure there's plenty of folks and staff hours to repair all these potholes and do all the cleaning that we need and so forth. And so thanks again, and I support this measure.
Councilmember Montañez.
First, I want to say thank you, Nick, Diego, all the directors, the council that heard hours and hours of me asking questions. This is my first budget, so thank you for putting that. I learned a lot, so thank you to each and every single one of you, because I think I can now speak, more intelligently about a $64 million investment to the city of San Fernando, which is what this is. That's very significant. And when we laid out our strategic goals, we said we're going to focus on community first. And Chief, is it fair to say this is probably a historic investment into our police department? Probably something that we haven't seen this kind of investment in decades.
It's a significant investment, and I'm very proud that the City Council hopefully will approve it all tonight. So it's exciting. Thank you.
Yeah, so we're making a significant investment in public safety. I was kind of like number one, where people say we want to live in a safe community. And then we said we're going to recover stronger than ever. And the decision to add the economic development manager and now the downtown master plan are really two significant also investments into ensuring that we recover stronger than ever after going through one of the worst pandemics and tough economic times for a lot of people, a lot of our residents and businesses. And then we said we were going to invest into our infrastructure. And I think, Matt, we're going to pave more streets and sidewalks than we did before. And that is also something we should all be really proud of. As we heard today, we are investing into the reliability and the safety of our water infrastructure, which is also huge. We are also looking at a grant manager, but now what we call assistant to the city manager, but essentially that responsibility of that person is going to be to work with us as a council, work with the residents, work with all the directors to make sure we bring in more money to the city. There are a lot of opportunities, as we know, for grants across the board, from public safety to streets and sidewalks, to water, to recreation, community service, building parks. There are a lot of grants out there, and we are absolutely positioning ourselves to be able to even get more than that $63 million investment that we're making out of this budget. So I strongly support this budget. I appreciate that I felt listened to, right, when it came to saying we need a grant manager. The idea became, I think, even a stronger idea to say, let's get an assistant to the city manager to work on kind of this comprehensive planning and legislative advocacy grant writers. Bringing up, the idea of the economic development manager and having the council be the champions of it, and Nick, you be a champion of that. Like, it just makes me feel we're working together as a team and we're listening to each other and we are promoting what are really good ideas collectively as a team. So I appreciate that. I think we're going to have a lot of support to our city manager. I know we're putting a lot on you, but that's two very critical positions to have an assistant to the city manager and have an economic development manager. I also do want to say that, the investments that we're making in recreation community services, Julian, I said that before, you do a lot with $1.3 million. It's really impressive. And I think that as we move forward, when we look at the American Rescue Plan, or we look at all the opportunities, continue to do what we can to enhance the community services, the recreational opportunities, the outdoor spaces, our parks. And all of these activities are going to bring the community together, the cultural arts. We have so many artists and creative people in our community, and being able to, really rebuild or keep that program that Virginia did her many years of service, really kept strong. We're known in San Fernando for being a strong cultural arts hub. And so I do look forward to being able to continue to work with you to put more of those resources and put more resources into the cultural arts. So anyway, so overall, thank you to everybody. I feel really proud as a council member to say that we are investing in a budget that absolutely puts community first and puts the city on a path to recover stronger than ever. And we're going to have the best city services possible. We already have the best police department. We have plans to continue to fix our streets and sidewalks and do everything we possibly can. So thank you to everyone. I felt that we worked together really well as a team. And I appreciate that. And I do strongly support this budget.
Thank you. I just want to thank staff for, hanging in there with us and teaching us all of us, all the knowledge that you have. And it was a long process, but I enjoyed it all. It was really great, and your presentations were fantastic. Your enhancements, it's just going to make the entire city and our residents really happy on what we're going to be able to do for them this coming year. So I support the budget as presented, and I call for the motion.
And I'll second that motion too, or I make the motion to approve the 2001, 2002 proposed city budget.
Thank you, and if I can just ask for two friendly amendments that are additions. One would be, but one would be the authorize to allocate that $25,000 toward the, so include that previous motion, previous direction to allocate the 25,000 toward economic development. And then the second piece to that would be just to authorize staff to add any of the newly added positions to the table. Yeah, to the table of work. So because the budget wasn't adopted yet, we didn't necessarily put them in, but if we can add that, just that basic statement to add any newly positions to our table, that should be it.
Okay. So add those are added. There's two amendments, 25,000 for the downtown master plan, and then also make the additions of any positions to the staff, the employee plan.
I second.
Call for the vote.
Councilmember Rodriguez? Yes. Councilmember Pacheco?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mendoza?
Yes.
Mayor Allen is absent.
Our next item on the agenda.
The motion passes.
Oh, motion passes.
Because I'm waiting for
I just, I might fall asleep right now. So it's the motion. We still have like 5 minutes left.
Do you want to take a break, or do you want to?
No, so that's up to council. Typically around 9:30. Now would be a good time if you want to take a quick 10-minute bathroom break, and then we can discuss the rest of the items.
All right, we'll take a 10-minute break. Recess.
Now I want my slippers. Yeah. It's gonna be so positive.
I could also just ask a favor, respectfully, calling by my first name.
Oh, I call it your first name.
I know.
I have to remember.
Thank you, I know it's.
Oh, yeah. I mean, people call Joe Biden, like, hey, Joe, right? Uncle Joe, he wants to be known as Uncle Joe. All right.
All right.
So how's the new business going? Things are picking up. Are you still traveling? You said you were traveling out of state.
Yeah, we're filming the fourth season still, so we have a couple more trips to wrap it up. But
what was the show?
It's called Micro Kitchen.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. You know, it's really low key as far as television goes. It's only like 5 episodes. Our crew's only like 10 people big, you know. But very passionate about the stories we tell. You know, it's a lot of very impactful, great food, you know, great community, and it's just like a very interesting confluence of people gathering around food, how we see, you know, and how we kind of like view the world through the lens of food. And interviewing like the chefs, eating the best I've ever eaten in my life, you know, I can't complain there and stuff. So yeah, it's been a lot of fun.
I'm going to try to.
Only fireworks?
Yeah, for sure. And then the new season comes out in November, I think. There's a small chance we might get bumped until the new year, which actually is great. Take a little pressure off us, but usually it's every fall.
And then you get a credit on the.
Oh, yeah.
And as you gravitate towards this area of law, what got you?
Going to UCLA was all about entertainment because I had gone into some other schools, but because I had wanted to do entertainment law, I had to pick UCLA and it gave me a really great firm job, which at the time in 2009, there was no firm jobs, you know, so almost felt bad. None of my colleagues had firm jobs during the summer. It was like research assistant or like volunteering at a nonprofit, you know, it's kind of rough. But I actually got thrown into intellectual property litigation in my first part of my career. But it was like very eye-opening in terms of like I did not want to be litigating. So I mean, it was good money and everything, but my colleagues, they wanted to be partner, they were least on my hair, they were stressed out, you know. Yes, I don't get the an hour.
I get the phone.
It wasn't worth it to me. I'd rather like bring that together transactional, right? Yeah. And we do for labor. I mean, like keep parties together and you know, break bread and enjoy that contract. So it's quite about it. That's why you'll see like a lot of my questions. So reconciling, like how do we get out of this?
Well, I'm glad this issue got
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we could have done all night. No doubt about it. Or we could have done a couple other nights.
That's something's a monster.
Come on,
yeah, sleepy. Oh, you were just coordinating. Just confirmed that.
No, he's a different one. Oh, okay. He was like an electrician by trade, and then he slowly just kind of like expanded to do it from scratch. Not really. I mean, now I'm really like
I like to start. I have a lot of trees, but only a few of them look a lot. I have those pomegranate. Guava tree. The others.
What is the guava?
Your mom's.
My mom's tart.
Oh, no, she's doing well.
Yeah, we always have one guava, but the first one, my wife takes guava.
Oh, okay.
So
Perfect.
so
Right in there.
they take that fast. So I'm
Sure.
She's been affected her
Sure.
sugar and her heart. So we have to chart her blood pressure. Well, we do it twice a day. She's been able to maintain it. Like, in the
Right, yeah.
So she's doing really well. Yeah, and she's happy.
I have a lot of smaller cities, but they're still too immature to. A lot.
Yeah, we can hear.
Yeah, now I'm starting to sell the plant.
Yeah, so she's really good. Thank God.
Yeah.
She's, I guess she changed her lifestyle. Yeah.
Like, show, but I've been trying to, like.
She goes to sleep early, she wakes up early, so. That's important. Yeah.
I gotta get you on the golf course.
Also learn?
Yeah.
I told her,
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
Oh,
try not to have to.
Yeah, there are routes, so that you can actually.
Things like that. And walking around, we're all talking.
That was-
So every day.
Yeah. So it's acceptable to me.
You go together, yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is. Look at the present. You have to do it. Because Robert's rough and then walking.
The problem is that his job.
You know, it's like. She'll walk with me. Oh my God. It's been like 3 hours walking. Yeah. Talking to everybody. Yeah. Yeah. Very good, yeah. I just got them. Very,
If I keep giving this away, I won't need it. Of course you will.
It must be like really great at Halloween, like.
Oh, I love it.
Take the kids home.
My husband gets so mad, he's like, handful. He says, there's more kids coming, save it.
Yeah, Zoom is kind of.
Yeah, it's good. I agree. It's good.
I gave her something almost done, so that would be like.
I'll be back.
Oh, I know, she told me that she's, so she went out, she had to go do.
Well, I don't even know what
this is, but she's like.
Right, so,
And so when she got back.
if it's something that.
Well, it was at.
I'm in no rush, I mean, if we have
So I
time,
was like,
I'll
well,
I just wasn't sure if it was done.
So I was like,
Ooh, that's delicious.
that's why she came out. I left, yeah, when I was in the beach, she had to go get some like. You guys have stuff, yeah. Oh, yeah, oh, that's. Yeah, yeah, but let's.
All right, well,
Perfect, yeah, perfect.
Thank you.
no, I'm good. I'm going to dive in chocolate.
No, this is my Chipotle lunch.
Yes, I think.
I'm trying to cut off the subway on this.
I'll take it back.
Yes, I was gonna say that, or you can take it.
Yeah.
Oh, we're still live on YouTube. Yeah.
I can't solve it.
Oh, you can?
I can slice it tomorrow.
All right, well, everyone, so you know.
Yeah.
We're live on YouTube still.
I didn't ask for it.
We will resume the meeting. I would like to ask the council to see if, it's already the time. It's the 9:30. We have a couple of more items left. We have 10 through 16. So 10 and 11 would go together. And then we have 12, which is the COVID response. Do we have, I'd just like to get the feel of the group. Do you want a COVID response update?
Yeah, and so I can give a brief, just like for that one, we were just gonna give an update on the governor's mask. It's in the report, I was going for an update, so it's up to council if I want to update or just file the report.
I would just chime in that I think probably 16 could be pretty quick too, because it's a meeting related one, right? And then perhaps 15 was something we could wait on for the mayor to join.
15 we can do at our next council meeting and just do the other items with that. And not include the COVID update. Is everyone okay with that?
Nick was going to do a brief update. So, no.
Yeah, I think we could get to the items quickly, and I'd like to be able to present on the education program.
I think that we could all just commit to doing things quickly.
I don't want to do that without the mayor personally.
Yeah, I agree.
Well,
I agree.
guys, I was not the last thing, and business continued as usual. So it's just going to happen. I don't think it matters. We're not in attendance. There's 4 of us. There's a quorum, and we should continue with business.
Yeah, I think if you're going to pull items, it should be by motion at this point, especially if there's not consensus on it. So I don't know if you want to try to agree on what items to cut now, or if you just want to get to each item.
Well, I'd like to see if we could conduct item number 15 at another meeting when the mayor is here, and it's already 9:30. I don't know how much longer do we have on the other items, Mr. Kimball? How much time do you think?
I mean, depending on questions, staff can get through 10 through 12 in less than 30 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. But I think if there is a desire, or if one, I think on the city attorney's point, we could, if there is a desire to ask about pulling an item, it would be, a motion in a second to pull an item and delay it till the next meeting, and then a vote. And I believe if the vote didn't pass, we would still it would continue to go through.
Well, it seems like it's 2-2, so we might as well let it go.
Yeah, just like that. All right. So the next item on the agenda is.
I like to respectfully just ask, it's happened a couple of times where we kind of count votes and don't take votes. Is that appropriate protocol? I just want to, it's a common occurrence.
Well, I think if there's consensus, and the consensus here seems to be to just move with the orders of the day, it's not necessary to take a vote, but I agree with you there that I think when there's genuine impasse on certain issues, it would be more appropriate to take a vote so that at least.
And one could always motion and wait for a second, right? If they do want to push for it.
Yeah, I mean, I think right now, I think the question is, do you want to proceed with the orders of the day as they're laid out? It sounds like there was some who may not want to do it, but I think you ultimately
We'll proceed.
recognize that perhaps you were deadlocked, so there was no point in motion at this point.
So the next item is consideration to approve the second amendment of the professional services agreement with John Robinson Consulting Incorporated for construction management services related to the upper reservoir replacement project.
Thank you, and Vice Mayor, respectfully, I just, if we can talk about actually 10 and 11 together, the Director of Public Works can give those presentations together, because the request, it has the same reasoning behind it. So obviously you can vote on those separately, 10 and 11, but we can present them together.
So item 11 is consideration to approve a first amendment to the professional services agreement with CWE for construction management services related to the San Fernando Regional Park infiltration project.
Thank you. So Matt, if you can go ahead and do a quick run through of those items together.
Sure. So these, essentially, we're looking at amending both professional services agreements, one with John Robinson for the Upper Reservoir project, as well as with CWE for the San Fernando Recreation Park infiltration project. Both of these consultants were hired, brought in the case of John Robinson, it was 2019. In the case of with CWE, it was 2018. To work on these projects for us in the design phase. And both of these amendments are focusing on adding the construction management services to the same firms. And the reason why I think this is ideal to combine these and have a discussion about this is that based on my years of working in construction, it typically is not very cost efficient or time efficient to hire a third party consultant to do the construction management portion of it. The reason being that the person who's designed it is very aware of all the parameters involved in the project. They've spent a lot of time already out in the field to gather the information they need for the design of the project. And when you bring in an outside party, you essentially are paying for somebody to learn the project. And then you also have what I see a lot, which is just professional disagreements between engineers. And this leads to strong time delays, as well as just time delays means you're getting charged by a contractor sitting there waiting for the project to get going again, and those sorts of issues. So the projects would move forward more efficiently. And then one thing I'll just point out is, usually so in the case of the Upper Reservoir project, we're going to be looking at roughly $4.2 million on project construction costs. That's just an estimate right now. Typically, construction management services you can use 10%, almost, at least 10% of the cost going to construction management, and usually change orders come along. So in this case, I believe their estimate for doing the work, keeping it in-house with John Robinson and their consultant who did the design, is around $360,000. So at a minimum, if we went out to an RFP process on this, we would be looking at $420,000, but probably with change orders and everything, you're looking at $450,000 to $500,000 if I were to give an estimate on that project. In the case of the Recreation Park project, which is a much more complex project and a lot of different pieces to it and much more expensive, that's about $14 plus $1 million construction project. You would be applying the same 10% rule, which is consistent across the industry. You'd be looking at $1.4 million as a minimum cost for construction management. In the case of CWE, they've been heavily involved in this project from the get-go, and they are not just looking at construction management, but they're also proposing to another round of community outreach before we get started on the project, which is one of the reasons why we want to bring them on board now, so we can do a round of community involvement, education, and outreach on this project before we get started. They've added that component. They've also added a significant amount of time for monitoring and reporting that are required as a result of the 2 grant fund sources that we received on that project. So you're actually getting a lot more, and they're proposing to do all this work for under $1 million instead of 1.4 million, but you're getting additional work, not just construction management. So it is quite a value for the city to have them continue with this project. They were involved in the first round of all of the design elements, as well as first round of community outreach. So working with staff and city council, and just making sure that we have a thoughtful approach to how we advertise the project, get community feedback before we get started. We would be looking to go out to bid on construction probably in the fall. So we would have some time during the summer to really, especially now that we're looking to close down the testing site. Nick, I believe you said that would be probably coming into July. So I think the timing is right. They would be moving all of their equipment out. We can put a sign out there and really advertise this project, hold public outreach meetings and things like that, and they would be assisting with that process as well. So again, I think this would, in my opinion, would save the city a considerable amount of money, considerable amount of time in completing these projects, getting them moving for the city. So I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Discussion on the matter, Councilmember Rodriguez.
Thank you for your analysis and thoughtfulness approaching this, especially with the eye towards public engagement as the current soon. I have no questions.
Thank you.
Councilmember Pacheco.
Thank you, Mr. Baumgartner. We could perhaps talk offline about potential landscape barriers for the project. I mean, it's a full tank and everything, but maybe we can make it look a little prettier on the gate.
Yeah, I'll just say we've gone through, because that's in the city of LA, we've gone through a level of community outreach with that particular neighborhood council, which was, so we did do, they actually pushed on us to do some changes there. However, it's not necessarily ideal in that location.
Yeah, you still need to drive a truck through there and everything.
Exactly, yeah.
Well, we'll do our best.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
Thank you, no further questions.
Councilmember Montañez.
The 5 million from DWR, does that include improvements to Foothill and Hubbard that they talked about, or is it just to do the reservoir?
It's for the reservoir as well as several modifications to piping and valving in the street.
Okay, so we won't need additional funds for it.
No, right now, I mean, here's the thing with construction right now. I mean, we feel by looking at kind of the market, and this is John Robinson and I, we've talked a lot about this, that we feel we're going to come under that 4.2 million, but it's hard to say. And one of the big unknowns right now is the cost of materials. So like last year during the Glen Oaks project, some of those additional costs had to do with cost of aggregate that goes into concrete. It had gone up significantly, so we were looking at higher prices that we have no control over. That being said, we still feel we're going to come in under 4.2, but when we go out to bid, and we'll see what the market tells us.
Okay, so that's what kind of why I was asking that question, right? Because construction costs are so expensive. Will the 5 million cover everything? Or could we go back to DWR for additional resources should the cost, because of construction materials, go over? Can we go back to them for additional funds?
I think we can. I mean, if we return bids in the considerably higher $5-6 million range, then I think we would obviously need to hit pause and look at what other sources there might be, including discussing the project that they've already vetted with the city, and they might be willing to do that. But we would have to explore that once the bids came in.
Okay, and then security improvements get funded through those DWR funds too. It's not just for reservoir.
That's correct. It would cover everything, including all of the construction management time.
Okay, and then this is just a question that I don't know. So I know the hourly rate seems really high to me at $225 per hour, and $150 an hour. Is that the rate? Like,
Yeah, the engineering rates, I would say, over the last 10 years kind of remained and you really boxed in the rates. Depending on the level of expertise you're getting from different staff members, the range is $150 to $230, $240. And on the higher end, that's gone up. On the more experienced end, that's gone up over time with the market. I would say that 150, sort of your project engineer, field person, that's been sitting around 150 for quite a while. So.
Well, I mean, I asked because also when you go into designing and building approach, right? I would think that it could potentially the rates should go lower, right? But this one, I mean, 225, if you were to work full time year round, that's $470,000 a year job.
Usually those folks are limited to kind of make quick project reviews, but they're having their staff at the lower rate doing a lot of the work. So that's typically how those projects.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that if we are paying this high rate, it is these principals that are doing the work.
No, they wouldn't be out in the field. I mean, yeah, of course they might be occasionally if there's a particular issue that arises, they might need to make a field visit to make a design call. But again, by having it be the same firm, it'll be much faster than playing operator with several different parties. It goes a lot faster.
Okay, and then on the reservoir, the 31,000 that was spent on public outreach, you said that was spent at City Valley.
Yes, so we had to do several meetings with the neighborhood council, so we had a consult, John Robinson had a consultant that helped with us get that passed through. So we actually have a sign off from that neighborhood council.
And then on CWE's public outreach, I don't think that's sufficient. So maybe you could talk to them about improved outreach. I mean, basically they're just saying we're going to do 2 pop-up events, half-day pop-up events, and then we're going to do a frequently asked questions sheet, and then we're going to contact 3 local community-based organizations. So I don't think that's sufficient public outreach, but I'll leave that up to you. I'm not trying to change the budget, but I'll leave it up to you to make sure that we actually do more work.
Sure.
Especially on this one. This is a big project. You want the whole community to understand how big of a deal it is to do that San Fernando Park.
Yeah, I can certainly work with them on sort of changing. I mean, I think we could probably move some funds around from the overall budget to give them a little more time.
Sounds good. Okay, that's it. I mean, thanks for your work on these 2 really important projects.
Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. You always provide us with such a clear explanation of something that's can be pretty complicated. So I support your recommendations, and if there's no further discussion, I move for the motion. Is there a motion and a second?
And Vice Mayor, if we can just bifurcate them, have a motion on 10, vote on it, and then a motion on 11.
Item number 10. Do we have
Second, number 10.
Was there, did you make the motion?
No, I don't think I did.
Item number 10.
Is there a second?
Is there a second? A second. Call for the vote.
Councilmember Rodriguez? Yes. Councilmember Pacheco?
Yes.
Councilmember Montanez? Yes. Vice Mayor Mendoza?
Yes.
And Mayor Ballin, she is absent.
Now we'll vote on item number
The
11.
motion passes.
Oh, motion passes. Item number 11, is there a motion and a second?
I'll move item number 11.
Second, call for the vote.
Councilmember Rodriguez? Yes. Councilmember Pacheco?
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Montanez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mendoza?
Yes.
Mayor Ballin is absent.
Motion passes. Next item on the agenda is informational update regarding COVID-19 response.
Yes, no, I will be very, very, very quick. All I wanted to take the opportunity tonight is really just give an update on some of the June 15th changes that were made at the state level, and then additional changes on June 17th with some adoption of CalOSHA rules. I did just wanted to note that the June 15th changes by the governor basically removed that masks, any requirement, masks are not required for fully vaccinated individuals. And he lifted all capacity and he lifted all capacity and social distancing restrictions in all areas except for certain like mega events like 5,000 plus, 5,000 plus events. In addition to that, masks are not fully required for vaccinated individuals, except in public transit settings, airplanes, trains, subways, buses, taxis, ride shares, and then at public transportation hubs, airports, bus terminal, train station. But indoors, now they're still required indoors in K-12 schools, childcare, other youth settings, healthcare settings, and then state and local correctional facilities. Masks are still required for unvaccinated individuals in indoor public settings and businesses, including retail, restaurants, theaters, family entertainment centers, meetings, and then state and local government offices serving the public, which is why we still require them in City Hall. Regardless, businesses are still authorized to require all patrons to wear masks. They can still post there. And no person can be prevented from wearing a mask as a condition of participating in the activity. So I just want to take that opportunity to give that update as part of this report. So overall, if you're fully vaccinated, many of the masking requirements are lifted, but that means you should still be cognizant that many of the businesses you go to may still require, such as government, may still require that. So keep your mask handy. And then from the operational standpoint, we are going to continue, at least for the next few weeks, to have all visitors to City Hall wear masks during the day, and we'll monitor that over the next few weeks. And then I think Matt, he kind of sort of stole my thunder here on one of the things on the site, the recreation park site. So I believe that the city of LA is looking at closing all of their vaccination sites by the end of July. So we will be looking at potentially rec park site being closed by the end of July. So the plan staff's really going to look to really sort of advertise over the next 3 weeks to try to get people. Now it's open till 8 p.m. This is your you use the next 6 weeks to get yourself vaccinated. So we're looking at a few different options that would actually be targeted media, that would be sent out, pushed out to people's phones, that type of thing. So we're going to try and hit that hard to get. We're at about 61% of all 16 plus individuals vaccinated. We're at like 86% of 85 plus. So we want to continue to get those stragglers and get that, get another 15, 20% the next month. So that's all I have on the quick COVID update.
Discussion on the matter, Councilmember Rodriguez.
Do you have a budget for the marketing push?
So we're going to be using some, basically we're going to be trying to use some unappropriated funds, unappropriated reserve, and then we would get we'll seek reimbursement through the American Rescue Plan. So that would be one of the things that we request from council to get reimbursed for. I mean, we're not talking about $100,000 or anything, but it would be something that we can get. We have a marketing firm that can get pop-ups to phones to people in the area. So that's the plan.
Okay. I'm sure we're gonna the question I have. Oh, when do we expect to start opening council meetings to the public?
More so than today, or I think we'll probably continue with what we have today, for the next couple of council meetings. Again, we're kind of playing it by ear, it's really just whether or not we require people to wear masks. So, that probably is a deterrent to some people that want to wear a mask, so they're not going to come out. But, again, I think we'll probably play it kind of slow, conservative for the next few weeks to see how this opening kind of impacts the, if there's a surge or if there's some other, increase. If we don't see anything in the next, 3 weeks or so, then I think we would start feeling more comfortable with people coming in without masks, that sort of thing. So,
thank you.
Sure.
Councilmember Pacheco.
Thank you. We've come a long way. It's kind of crazy that we're actually shutting down our vaccination sites. And then I read that people 16 and under can't even get the vaccine. They're not allowed to get it. So yeah, it totally makes me rethink being around people without masks, especially kids. Thank you for the information, and hopefully we can keep an ear out as far as what's the best way forward for more people in the council meetings.
And it's actually 12 and over can get it. The Pfizer is approved for 12 and over, but that's the only vaccine. For 12 and over.
People under the age of 16 cannot get COVID-19 vaccine at this time.
Oh, that's yeah, that's what it is.
Oh, okay. No worries. All right. Thank you.
I appreciate you for pointing that out to us.
No, yeah, that was kind of important.
Councilmember.
One recommendation is just, if we haven't already reached out to the Tatavium, I know they have a contract, right, to go door to door. So reaching out to them and going door to door, where if we have some general idea where people are still not being vaccinated.
They actually have a vaccine. I believe that they're hosting a vaccine clinic.
They did, last Wednesday.
Yeah, so we're working closely with them. Yeah.
I have no comments or questions. The next item on the agenda, is that, so that's on that, right?
Yep, that was just the receiving files.
Consideration to adopt resolution declaring June 21st as Pride Month in the city of San Fernando. Councilmember Montañez placed this on the agenda. Would you like to start?
Yes, so, Pride Month, June, cities all over the country are recognizing that, as a time to recognize the LGBTQ plus community and acknowledge some of the valuable, really contributions that the LGBTQ plus community has done across the country. And also acknowledge a lot of the trials, the discrimination, the hard times that the community has had to endure, but then also rejoice in some of the really trailblazing individuals and changes that have happened across the country. We all witnessed the historic United States Supreme Court decision on on marriage equality as an example. California was one of the first states in the nation, if not the first state, but one of the first states in the nation to actually approve marriage equality. And then it was struck down. One of the things we always said was, at some point, the United States Supreme Court will rule that as unconstitutional. But there's still a lot more work that needs to be done. And so I would just recommend that we, as a city, continue to begin to recognize June as Pride Month. I don't know if we've done it before or not. Does anybody know if we've celebrated June as Pride Month in the past?
I don't recall a resolution specific to that. We know we've acknowledged it in the past.
There's been several Pride events.
Yeah, sure. Events.
Former mayor.
Right. So yeah, I've attended some of the Pride events, but so this would be historic, first time ever. The city of San Fernando would actually declare June as Pride Month. So I would just ask for your aye vote, and in the resolution it basically says from now on, June would be Pride Month. So I appreciate that addition. And as other cities have done, fly the flag for the month. And we would just recommend hopefully unanimous support on this one.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Thank you for putting this on the agenda. I'm really excited that this is the first time the city's going to be doing it, and it's just so important to promote inclusivity in our community. I really appreciated the public comment also that was submitted, recognizing that this just means a lot to a lot of people. So thank you, and I would encourage to second your motion for this.
Councilmember Pacheco.
Thank you. Yeah, you know what? Thank you for showing leadership on this. It's definitely a long time coming. Folks have been fighting for equality for so long. And like you have written here, each day more lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer people being elected to public offices. They serve in the armed forces. They make our food at our restaurants. They, lead in religious and spiritual communities, and so they're part of the community just like anybody else. So 100% support of recognizing their accomplishments and working to make San Fernando a safe space for everybody.
I too acknowledge Fernando Duplitas public comment, and I support your request for item number 13.
I believe there is now a motion.
And there's a motion. Was there a second?
Yes.
Call for the vote.
Councilmember Rodriguez?
Yes.
Councilmember Pacheco?
Yes.
Councilmember Montanez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mendoza?
Yes.
And Mayor Ballard?
Next item on the agenda is consideration and discussion regarding the people of the San Fernando Beautification Program. This item was placed on the agenda by Councilmember Montañez. Would you like to start?
Yes, so this one I put this together based on many discussions, and then also thinking back on beautification programs that I have seen work in the city. There is no request for a budget augmentation. It basically is trying to coordinate existing efforts that are now funded through our just recently approved budget. So the idea is to take an approach. We set these goals, right? And the goal is we lead by example, right? We keep our streets, our parks, our parking lots, our storm drains, and our publicly owned facilities clean. We organize quarterly neighborhood cleanups. Which we used to do, I remember before, and they were just so effective where we would go into the neighborhoods. So not just having people come to the city lots, but we would go into the neighborhood, we'd work with our trash hauler, they would give us these bins, we'd set them up by key neighborhoods that usually was community development would tell us these are the neighborhoods that we're seeing need additional help. And we would help people, literally help people take out trash if they needed to from their properties and put it into the bin. What we found was that especially a lot of senior citizens or people that have disabilities needed that help. So it wasn't that people didn't want to clean up. We just never had somebody reach out to say, can we help? And it was all done with volunteers. The city staff would go, as well as the city council members would go. But it was a lot of community volunteers and like the Kiwanis that helped put these together. Then now we, as Matt talked about, establishing daily parking lot cleanup. That's now funded because we have a full-time maintenance worker that would be out 6 days a week cleaning up the parking lots. And then one of the things that I did want to talk about, but I think this could be ongoing, is what council had discussed, like online response hotline, where you call in to report an issue. I have to say, Public Works, like Angie especially, is phenomenal. Really, and a request comes in, she responds, she sends it out to Rick or whoever needs to go. Lily at the parks, she sends it out and it gets done. So really phenomenal. But if it makes it easier for her, so maybe Angie needs to tell us like what's easiest for her to get help, what's hotline, what's the email. She can help us determine what's the easiest way to get all these neighborhood or neighbor residents business like requests. The other one I have here was Reinstitute. I was calling it the Neighborhood Action Response Team, but I think Chief is what you call the CAP program, but I forgot what it stood for, Community Action
Preservation.
Okay, Community Action Preservation Plan. So that's funded in the budget. So I would this was saying basically it's coordinated police department, community development, public works, city manager's office, city attorney when necessary, right? We coordinate all those offices. So because it's already funded now with the budget that we talked about. So I would just say we call it the CAP program instead of the neighborhood beautification program. So for neighborhood, I was calling it neighborhood action response team, right? So everything it's about a team approach. This was put together by a team. So Councilmember Rodriguez helped, put these ideas together. We have 2 planning commissioners, Dave Bernal, Yvonne Mejia contribute to this. The team would be Public Works, PD, the residents, community volunteers, the business community, the waste hauler, the sweeper. That would be the beautification team. We'd help each other out. And I think like this would really help Public Works. I see Public Works being lead on this. Not where it's our team there, you would assign somebody from Public Works to be lead, and you would help coordinate all of us, right, on what it is that we need to do. The neighborhood cleanups would again be done quarterly in collaboration with Republic. So Republic would work with us and have us, we would talk to them and see if it's possible to get these bins out in the neighborhood. The city would provide, 2 to 3 week notification to say we're coming out to this neighborhood, from this block to this block, coming out, and then we would have volunteers literally walk door to door, especially to hit homes that we know need to be cleaned up. And then after that, the community preservation team would revisit that cleanup zone and figure out, okay, who did not comply with existing rules and regulations, and then work through that process. For the very difficult properties, it would go to Chief, what you were talking about, that CAP program, right? And that's when we would all coordinate on the much more challenging properties. And finally, we would have an opportunity to give residents or business owners the opportunity to adopt a piece of San Fernando. That's what you did, where you went out with our team to clean up, parking lot, or I forgot to write the names of the members, but Truman. and brand, there's a sense of just pride that happens when I know I feel it every time I climb a tree. I go by and I want to see the tree. I want to make sure it's doing well. And so we give residents and business owners the opportunity to adopt that little piece of San Fernando, then I think there'll be that sense of just ownership to say, we want it to be clean. And we'll go by and we'll help take care of it. Then the volunteer activity, I already have people that have said that they want to come out and help clean up the bike path, for example, so keeping up our parks and our trails. I know Louis does a lot, Julie, to help you with the parks. But I feel like sometimes they're alone, they're out there by themselves. So if we could get a group of folks that know, I've already have, most of these guys that are contractors that are like, we would love to pay for this and that, we would go out and help, we don't have to do it all the time, but if we do it, 2 or 3 times a year, where community comes out and we help take care of our parks or our trails, then I think that would really help us, again, create that sense of just pride. And then help the Italian with Rudy Ortega Park. We as a community volunteers help. I think they in the past had 2 part-time senior citizens that were employed to take care of Rudy Ortega Park. And then with COVID, they weren't able to do it. And so we saw the decline of Rudy Ortega Park, but let's go in there now and let's help them clean up. I know before I was on the council, we as tree people went and worked with the city on the 8th Street Pueblo Wash Natural Park, and I don't know, we had 30, 40 people, volunteers there multiple times, and we cleaned up that beautiful park, and we loved it. And our volunteers are asking, can we go back to that park? So that's the other proposal, and then the parking lot cleanups, it's just the lot sweeping, the trash pickup, enforcing no overnight parking. I think I understand right now that there's discussions going on about the enforcement of the overnight parking. We can't enforce it because there is no signage there. So it's hard for our police department to enforce the overnight parking. So then there's recommendations to improve signage and lighting, and then long-term develop a schedule for how we actually do the parking lot resurfacing, longer term, right? Inoperable vehicles is another thing. We see them all over town. And how do we address this? So an idea, which I'm not proposing right now, but for discussion, can we develop some type of incentive, like a cash for clumpers type program for 1 year, just up to 2021, any vehicle that's registered, that's inoperable, give a small amount of money. I don't know if it's possible through the recovery funds or not, give a little bit of an incentive to get the vehicles out that are just sitting around. So that's the proposal, that's the idea. It's about community first, what we've been talking about. And we would coordinate this with some of the other projects we have going on, like Safe and Active Streets, our homeless response program, our guidance for this tree planting, and just get it done. We're ready, right? We've heard a lot of community members that want to be part of this, the business community that wants to be part of beautifying San Fernando. It's not going to cost us any new money. It just basically is coordinating existing resources and approaches that we have already funded through our budget.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Thank you, Councilmember Bennett, for presenting this. I'm being very supportive of this effort. It just goes back to, right, we're investing in different things, and the opportunity to ensure that we're all working together this is an example of that. Also, just 1 month ago on May 15th, we were out there because we saw that, we had some staff shortages. We knew that the parking lot needed some support. We repainted the different sign, and it was an amazing facelift to that area. And I think that just shows, right, like as a pilot of what this beautification program can be. Public works staff was out there, our directors were out there, a lot of people were out there, commissioners, council members, parents, people went out there, rolled up their sleeves, were sweating, and doing the work, and this just creates an opportunity, especially, through ARP, we could consider some things, just overall, right, we want to look at bringing our systems online to ensure that the community has easier and better access. and we can support kind of the workflow on the back end for all of our departments. So the idea of like a text or some sort of platform to submit requests, I think would be helpful. I personally send photos all the time. Because I'm your calendar, and that's one of the streets that has a lot of illegal dumping, and has not gotten a lot of attention in the past. And there's definitely pockets of the city that, you know, if we bring the community together to make it a nice space, people will commit to keeping it nice. Again, just last month, some of the volunteers said, you know, now that we've planted these in front of the sign, I want to come check on them and make sure they're doing okay, because I feel like there might be now. And that was a member of the All of the Station. So just, it's exemplary of how this could work. I think the entire crew made it clear how we could work together with the community and city staff, and even all of us get together quarterly to do some things with the public. Could be really wonderful. So I hope it has everyone's support.
Thank you. Obviously, there's a lot of great ideas in here. Thank you for putting in the work. Sometimes it's a thankless act to kind of do the research and take the photos and put some pen to paper. And you know, many of the notes in here reflect, you know, past initiatives that either are underway or have stalled. But you know, they're very pertinent because of that. I do want to bring in staff here for a couple of quick questions. What are your vibrations on this so far in terms of the requirements for staff time, or anything along those lines of pressure washing more often? I know that's, you know, quite an undertaking and very much needed, but I'm kind of curious as to how, you know, you guys are feeling about it as well.
Sure, thank you. My initial reactions are, I think, you know, obviously these are all really, really good efforts, and I think that they're definitely, we definitely want to work through it. I think I just want to understand a little bit better exactly the parameters of the program, right? So, and we definitely approve those resources, you know, and I think the chief had mentioned it even on the police side, you know, it'll take 6 to 12 months before some of those are filled, and we're going to work as quick as possible. You know, and like some of the, like, who we would designate to be like, if we're in for the program like this, I just want to more fully flesh out what the program looks like. What's the, you know, if there's a nonprofit that approaches us for a certain area, like what's that process? It's just one page that they kind of submit. You know, right now that process goes through the special event permit process, which means it goes usually it's actually goes through our recreation department, gets circulated, you know, whenever the 8th Street cleanup, or even the cleanup of parking lot 4, they, you know, kind of have the recreation department sort of is the point for that, because they kind of get all the departments involved. So, you know, I think I agree with everything in here. Like, we need to obviously do all this stuff. I just want to make sure it's kind of fleshed out to like a good, you know, I think this is a really great start. Is what I'm saying. I want to just kind of flesh it out more. We figure out exactly, you know, what the process looks like, who, you know, who would take in applications. Obviously, we want to have predetermined fee waivers for all this stuff. You know, I mean, if people are volunteering, we don't want to charge them. So we just need to kind of say, all right, we'll have a blanket fee waiver, you know, for any nonprofit that wants to come in, or community group that wants to come in and do a cleanup. So, you know, just a few like logistical things like that, I would definitely want to flesh out a little more.
I think I agree. It's definitely a good start. For the scope of beautifying the city, though, I definitely think it needs some more collaboration. I feel like it would benefit from the input of all the city council in terms of the initiatives here and how they're undertaken and what kind of staff resources they're spending and so forth, and perhaps even a few public hearings even to kind of see what goals for beautification would be. I think help is on the way. Like I said, I think it's a great start, and I think a lot of these projects, the heart is in the right place, but I do feel like it would benefit from more fingerprints of the staff and of other council members. So to me, it strikes me like it would be right for an ad hoc committee along the lines of like strategic goals or green cities, where a couple council members can kind of solidify what it will take to kind of embark on these initiatives, and put a little bit more detail as to what, if any, is, you know, budget neutral or not. And again, just kind of including more of the city council's input rather than just kind of approving the presentation as is. But I'm open to hearing more of the council comments. Thank you.
Well, I would absolutely like something like this for our city, because I am completely in favor of defining our San Fernando. This is something we want to see for our city and for the residents and business owners can come together to beautify it. I think if you were to ask anyone, what do you think about, would you be interested in a beautification program? I think that everyone would say yes, without a doubt. It's a great way to create community involvement, positive citizen engagement, enhance the city's identity, lead activities in our family and community recovery, enhance the face of the city. And volunteerism keeps people connected and engaged in the community. And I do recollect that council member Pacheco in December 7th, brought in a similar presentation in regards to cleaning up the parking lot and the mall. Remember, you brought in all the pictures that you have submitted. I'm not quite sure why I didn't vote, but I think because it was funding, I'm not quite sure what transpired at that time, but he did bring it up back then last year. However, in reviewing what was presented, I was looking to see, well, how will this get done? And on page 630, it indicates, let me just read that here. As read from 630, it states that who and how it will get done. The city's public works director will designate public works employees to oversee the schedule, budget, outreach, assessment for the San Fernando beautification program. So it seems like a lot of it will fall on public works, and I know that we don't have all of this stuff at this time that can handle such a project. I'm just wondering, do you have any idea how much this type of a program would cost in terms of, dumpsters, staff time? Do we have any idea?
Yeah, I don't want to speak for Councilman Rodriguez. I mean, I know the Councilman wants this. I know the idea is to get a lot of that donated wherever possible, right? So I mean, from a staff perspective, a lot of it's just like logistics and organizing, right? So I think that's where I just, want to have, we want to understand a little better the logistics of what exactly would be the expectations of, again, the recreation staff or public works staff as far as, scheduling budget outreach. I think we could probably make it a pretty efficient process. I just want to kind of, I mean, we might even already have stuff from, 20 years ago that we could dig up. So, I'm not saying that it would be a huge amount of time. I just need to, we just ask for a little bit of time to kind of flush that out so we can work on, directed by staff, we can work on at least working with ad hoc or council members to dig some of that up, reinstitute it, and get it back. Dust it off.
I also believe that council needs to be involved in the entire process and should go through the proper protocols, which includes staff input. I don't know if this was submitted had any staff input. Was there any?
Well, I mean, this is in accordance with the procedural manuals. I mean, any council member can bring up, agenda as an item for discussion. So, we went through that proper protocol from that standpoint. And then typically we would just be looking for direction whenever any council member brings up an item. We would be looking for direction on whether or not to move forward, in some manner with item, not necessarily adopting the program, tonight, but if there's direction to move forward, then, we figure out how to move forward and look at bringing something back for, robust discussion and direction.
Okay, so then, if there's no staff input on it. Public outreach, I don't know, it's Matt or their team met, but, public outreach for the community to have some input on how what they'd like to see. It happened 20 years ago, maybe they have experiences that they can share of what occurred 20 years ago or so, when this project was done. I strongly believe public needs to be a part of the process and needs their input. And I agree with Councilmember Pacheco in terms of an ad hoc. I think that this plan, it's a good plan, but I think it's incomplete, and I think that we need staff input, where how things are going to be done, something more in detail. And I think that an ad hoc would be the route to go on this item. So, given that, does anyone have anything else to say? Councilman Rodriguez?
Yeah, first I want to acknowledge, I think what you're referring to, Councilman Pacheco, please let us know, but I think the December 7th, you said, very specific date, I'm not sure what it was. Was that about the waste management program, which has moved forward, right? We're working on how to improve what you had brought to about that time.
I have a pretty generalized presentation about just the trash issues in San Fernando. It wasn't like a full-on multi-pronged approach to, it was more so just to shine a light on a lot of the trouble areas in San Fernando, like the bike trail and the lots in the mall and the trash containers and things like that.
Okay, yeah, and I think it's responsive, right, to the fact that all of us, I'm sure, have sent a message about areas that we found that we want to clean up ourselves, right? And I think this is just an opportunity to engage the public in that effort. With regard to an ad hoc, I think informally, you had two council members bring this forth. So I'm not sure if you'd like us to codify ourselves as an ad hoc, or we can provide direction to staff to come back, right? The direction is we'd like to implement a beautification program. Can you let us know what your needs might be?
Would you be open to including a different council member along with one of you?
Are we allowed to do that now that we've already created this?
Well, and if I may, it doesn't sound like there was a sort of formal ad hoc in the formal sense of the word. There was a collaboration, obviously. You can approach this in a number of ways. Either vote on the item tonight, that's what you're inclined to do. There's not majority support for that, but obviously, look at some other alternatives. Councilman Pacheco, sounds like you would like to have a more formally created ad hoc with some sort of composition that may be different than the original collaboration. That's an option, or you guys can simply just provide us direction, provide staff direction, but to come back with some sort of more detailed information about a program, or what a program would look like, what it would cost.
I would like to motion that we approve the grant beautification program. Ask staff to return with what their needs might be to implement that.
Call for the vote.
Councilmember Rodriguez?
Yes.
Councilmember Pacheco?
No.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mendoza?
No.
Mayor Ballard is absent.
So the motion that's for like majority.
Could I move for us to establish an ad hoc committee to study the beautification program and work with staff to get some more input on?
Sure. Yes. Okay. Since you have an interest in the composition, you may want to discuss it.
Well, just time out informally. I mean, if you all want to do it, you too. Perfectly okay with that. If one of you want to just pause and allow me to join as well, that'd be great. But I'm open to hearing ideas.
Only two of you.
Right. Yeah. One of them would have to step back. But.
Well, I think since council member Montañez put it on there and you showed some interest, I think that I would recommend you to be on that.
I would say Rodriguez, obviously, you've taken leadership on this, help co-author the motion, so, I mean, could help co-author this concept. So, I mean,
the only reason I said council member Pacheco was because he had brought something forward in December and showed interest in it. And, you know, just out of curiosity. I realize that you have worked on this.
yeah, I mean, we did put a lot of work into this, and I just think sometimes,
Okay, yeah.
you know, it's important to respect the efforts put in by, you know, council members, especially
No disrespect.
when they have taken on this, right? They have, you know, Councilman Rodriguez was kind of the first one that did the first cleanup, and that concept has, you know, it was very, very positive, and so we have already worked on this, and so if it is possible for the ad hoc to include both of us, I think that would be the good thing to do. Yeah, so we have a motion then for the ad hoc, the neighborhood beautification ad hoc to include myself and Councilmember Rodriguez.
I guess the only thing I would respectfully say is there any benchmark or timeline you want to set for yourself in terms of coming back, or just so that there's some focus? Or would you rather do that?
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna come up with they will have to stop us from scheduling the meetings, but we're happy to.
I'd like to include the future planning director at some point. I mean, it's just pretty important.
Oh, yeah, certainly. Yeah, I mean, I think, but yeah, totally. I mean, personally, I would actually really appreciate that, just so we can get.
Yeah, I think that's the right strategy.
Sure, talk about so, that would be helpful. I want to be realistic, like, as well. Like, we would be able to turn anything around like next week. I think it's going to be very difficult we have like homeless plans kicking off pretty soon. We have a lot of things going on. So I do want to be, you know, at least realistic there, but yeah, totally. Like, I think this would be really helpful with staff and kind of fleshing out all the details. So
I think we need to be considerate of staff.
yeah, and so
And everything that.
I know Rich wants to set a line.
No.
We're definitely work expeditiously with that.
I think once we do the ad hoc, we could, as we have done with every other ad hoc, work with the, you know, our employees, our team, our directors, we come back with like appropriate time.
There's a motion in a second, so I just.
Call for the vote.
Or can you repeat the motion for me? Sorry. Oh, it's just the creation of ad hoc, right?
Creation of the ad hoc, council members,
Understood.
Okay, I'll call for the vote. Councilmember Rodriguez?
Yes.
Councilmember Pacheco?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez? Yes. Vice Mayor Mendoza?
Yes.
Mayor Allen is absent.
Next item on the agenda is consideration to cancel the regular city council successor agency to the San Fernando Redevelopment Agency meeting on July 6, 2021. Mr. Campbell?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And I was over here smiling because something I couldn't do for the last year is when Rich, like, you know, couldn't squeeze it. Not even squeeze it, I couldn't squeeze him through the computer. Yeah. You used to just have to mute him. Okay, so sorry, this is a really short item, but I think this is a request from staff to consider going dark on the first meeting in July in observance of the holiday, the 4th of July holiday. And a lot of this was kind of contingent on if we got the budget passed tonight. We got a lot of really good work done tonight. And we had an extra 3 special meetings over the first 6 months. We don't have anything at this point that's timely that needs to get done on July 6th. So I was requesting that in observance of the holiday and that we council consider going dark on the first meeting in July and then hold the next regular meeting in July on July 9th. And that's pretty straightforward request. So here for any questions.
Councilmember Rodriguez?
I know you're open the room too. I'm sure you appreciate it. I hear you.
Councilmember Pacheco?
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza?
We've had a really good first 6 months. So, one day off.
Staff worked very hard. I support. So, we call
Can I
for
move?
the make a motion.
Yeah. Well, I'll give it okay now. Stated in the form of a motion for us.
Could I move to recommend that city council cancel or just move to cancel the regular city council meeting on July 6th, 2021?
Is there a second? Second. Call for the vote?
Councilmember Rodriguez? Yes. Councilmember Pacheco?
Yes.
Councilmember Montanez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mendoza?
Yes.
Mayor Mallon is
Motion passes.
Remember who made the motion? Because that's important. Yes.
I'll give you some of this.
The next item on the agenda is staff communications. Mr. City Manager, are there any staff communications to report?
Yes, we'll start with the city clerk.
Okay, I have one, oh, I'm sorry. Madam Vice Mayor and city council members, our next education commission meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, the 29th. There we will discuss future scholarship program schedule and our annual budget for the education commission. My report.
Just a quick update on the Save United Streets program. This weekend at the pop-up event, our team will be actually have a pop-up event at the mall closure this weekend, and we'll be doing various design exercises, seeking more input from the community on the project. So this is a good opportunity to form the project. So. And I believe Councilmember Montanez, Councilmember Rodriguez, I'm not sure which one of you may have been involved in working with radio. Okay, great, thank you. So we've been increasing our getting the word out through interviews on the radio, talking about the project. So yeah, this weekend we from. It's 1 to 6 or 12 to 6. Thank you. Yes, we have the pop-up event with our tool design and our team, and presenting the priorities of the project and working on some design activities for the community so they can better understand the types of improvements that are part of the project.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and City Council. Quick updates. The July 13th will be the Park Wellness and Recreation Commission. They're going to discuss the mural process. They'll be doing that. Also, the department is slowly reopening our activities for the public. Our day camp started today and they'll end on July 30th. It's very minimal amount of children that are participating in the program. The max is 30. We're also going to start our sports clinics starting mid-July through mid-August. And again, those are also at a limited capacity. But we're also going to do a 4th of July event. It's going to be a treasure hunt. Participants will be able to download an app called Agents of Discovery. It's similar to Pokemon Go. And then participants will be able to win prizes at different milestones of the mission. So as they complete different missions, the 3rd, the 7th, and the 10th, will get prizes. And the ones who actually complete the whole mission will get a bigger prize. The event will start on July 4th, but the activities be open the whole month of July. That's my
Being Vice Mayor and City Council members, the deadline to accept and receive the American Rescue Plan funds is this Wednesday, and staff submitted paperwork this afternoon to receive those funds. And lastly, I just want to thank my fellow colleagues, staff, city manager, and everyone who helped us with the award for last year, and looking forward to submitting the budget for this year's consideration. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Just real quick, I do want to really thank actually, I think this was one of our more dynamic budget processes we've had in a while, and a lot of it's because we had resources. So I appreciate the guidance that we received from City Council, and I think looking forward to this year, personally getting some help, some management level help that will, I think, will really help us kind of go to the next level. It'll take us a little while to get staffed up, but I think the second half of next year we'll see a lot of really good things happening, and then investments will start to pay off. Just one quick announcement: if we can please allow everyone to check your city email over the next few days, we will be trying to just schedule some ad hocs. So look through there for ad hoc requests so we can get some dates for a number of these ad hocs on the calendar over the next few weeks. So that's all I have.
The next item on the agenda is General City Council Board Member comments and liaison updates. Councilmember Rodriguez.
Thank you. I just want to celebrate all of the things that happened in this meeting. The community was heard. We're doing a master plan. We adopted an amazing budget thanks to staff. It responds to your staff's needs. It invests in vital infrastructure that not only responds to community needs, but also builds our resiliency. We approved the return of July 4th fireworks show next year, which I'm super excited about. I want to thank everyone for again. We're acknowledging Pride Month now and forever. We're moving forward with a beautification project that will be citywide through our newly established ad hoc. And I want to thank everybody for their incredible work, and I hope you enjoy your council meeting off and enjoy the holiday. And I always, of course, want to thank my partner for putting our babies to bed and letting me be here. That concludes my comments. Thank you.
Councilmember Pacheco.
Thank you. Yes, thanks so much to staff for all these marathon sessions. Like I said earlier, these types of things are all about compromise, and nobody gets everything that they want. But the public can rest assured that all of us council members up here and staff included really do care about San Fernando. We may disagree on how we get there, but I feel like we have the same North Star of beautification, of quality of life, thriving economic sector, high premium on education and scholarship. And so I'm just very encouraged by the energy and the camaraderie and the willingness to compromise. It's pretty encouraging. Secondly, I want to again thank my former commissioner, Ms. Sandy Rogers. Sandy Richards. She's been so great over the years, and we're really going to miss her. And like I said, also the parks, they're so important, and I'm going to have to be on the search for a new commissioner who really has that dedication as well. Also, I think the United States government at the top level made a very small but very meaningful and impactful gesture to recognize Juneteenth, the emancipation of slaves. This holiday and this date is super important for so many of our friends, and it is something that is obviously tarred with a. Oh, it sounds like there's another. Obviously, the history of slavery is super embarrassing, and really wish that we didn't even have to, recognize these types of things. But I'm glad we did. However, there's just so much more work for us to do besides just, calling Juneteenth a national holiday. We have to do a lot more to address systemic inequality and racism. I look forward to continuing to work with my brothers and sisters, our people of color, to fight the good fight, si se puede. All in all, it's just an encouraging time to be here. It's an encouraging time to be an elected official, and I'm looking forward to the rest of it all. Thanks.
Councilmember McDermott.
Just remind everybody that we do have the vendor pop-up at the San Fernando Mall this Saturday, so it's the fourth Saturday of every month. Thank you to the Mall Association and all the vendors that are being part of it. It just keeps growing. Every single time you have it going, you gotta go. It's just really fantastic to see local artists come with their with all kinds of just different items that they're making. But you could also get like fresh bread, and it's just really nice. But we will be there, as not the same, for our Safe and Active Streets pop-up. So pass the word around. People are very energized by it, and find out more and more when I go out there and talk about it. People want to talk about how to make their streets more walkable and where they can walk. So anytime Saturday between 12 to 6 at the San Fernando Mall. Actually, it'll be up for sale. I think it's what we're having our pop-up booth. And a way to come in and just give your ideas of where we can make our streets safer. And I also, I already said thank you after the budget process for what we did, but I agree, Councilor Rodriguez, with what you said, your sentiment towards this meeting. I have a similar sentiment, but I feel we really pushed a lot of things forward together, and we ended up having almost things, just unanimous support. And that, I like the process of being able to discuss things and, come up with different ideas. And maybe one, I may have had one approach, but then someone else may have a different approach. And it's just a different approach to us to get to where we want to get to, right? And so I appreciate that discussion. I feel really proud of the work that we are doing these last 6 months, and I think a lot of things just came together today to move us forward for July 1st and on our next fiscal year. And so I'm still looking forward to 21 and 22. We are going to just do amazing things. I can already see what we're going to do based on what was funded. And so I thank you all for coming to us with these ideas, for allowing us to add little things here and there. But we will, I think residents will start seeing, the result of this investment. And it is, I think, for me, it's a critical point for we move forward as a country, we move forward as a state, and we move forward as a city. Because that's what we're seeing. For the president, to our governor, to local governments are saying this is the time we recover stronger than ever. So I appreciate all that work. And then also agree with Councilmember Pacheco about Juneteenth. It was a significant decision by the president to say we will recognize Juneteenth as a federal holiday. I have in different years gone to Juneteenth celebrations, and it is such an important day. Historically, this really the African American community. Now we as a country are going to celebrate. The whole concept of just getting out of slavery. And sometimes laws and rules are in the books, as it was in Juneteenth. The Emancipation Proclamation gets passed in 1963, but it's not until 2 years later that finally people in Texas are free. So our rules and our regulations don't belong in the books, right? They belong in what we're doing, enforcing them, and we're giving people the opportunity to have a better quality of life. So that's a very significant day, not just for the African American community, but for us as a country. And so I look forward to us actually in June of next year also celebrating Juneteenth as a community. And last thing is happy 4th of July to everyone, and hopefully there won't be so many illegal fireworks as there was past years. So I appreciate it. I know it's being commissioned by now, so thank you to our team for sending out the information. I know the Neighborhood Watch discussed it. So it's all be safe. It's high fire season, lots of drought, so we have to be really serious about not shooting off illegal fireworks. And I didn't know that we were going to have a July 2022 fireworks until the item came up in the budget. So I was really happy about that. So thank you for bringing that up. That'll be nice next year to have a finally 4th of July here in San Fernando. That's it.
Thank you. I want to again thank everyone who submitted a public comment today, and I truly appreciate every one of them. And I know the effort that it takes just to submit one comment, but And get several, it's a big impact, and I appreciate that. And I think we made a lot of progress this past few weeks in our budget study sessions. And, whether we agreed or disagreed, I think to me, disagreements are good because it creates dialogue. And that's what we have. And we came up with something that we approved today, and I'm very proud of it. I have no liaison updates, and I would like to acknowledge the new federal holiday, Juneteenth. It's something that's been overlooked for a long time, and we should embrace it. Before I adjourn, I would like to close tonight's meeting in memory of a family member, Maria Rosario Rodriguez. Everyone knew her as Child. Child was not only a friend, she was family. She passed away this month on June 5th. She was a wonderful woman and a matriarch of her family. My condolences go out to her husband, Marcelino, her sons, Eric and Marcelino, her daughter, Lizette, and her 9 grandchildren. Child will be dearly missed by everyone who knew. This meeting is adjourned.
Like a game.